this that I play using this little thing. And I'm gonna start by showing you something I have near my bed. Let's slide it here now. My one. I'll start with this German LP. This is Leichte Kavallerie Richter Dichter und Bauer. This is on Somerset label. I believe this was released in Germany, but it was made in USA, it says there. And it's apparently from a classical record from Horst Stein and his London Philharmonic Orchestra. Next I have George Lewis solo trombone record on Sackville. This doesn't have anything printed on the spine, for whatever reason, but it's released from 1977. They were a small jazz label out of Toronto, so this is a Canadian LP. There it is, and yeah, jazz albums tend to have pretty long tracks. This one is sometimes they have tracks long enough to take up an entire side. This one does. Looks a bit. I have a couple of German albums on some label called Fiesta. I know very little about, except that they issued a lot of German LPs in this country. Issued a lot of German language recordings in this country. This is Tanz and Heimatdorf. And they were based in 1619 Broadway, New York, New York. One double. No zip code listed. This apparently was licensed from Eurodisc, Amalthea. Next is Favorite Christmas Songs from the Choir of London, featuring organist Patricia Wilde on Acorn, and it's a budget label. And as you can see, the jacket is loose. It's separated on this one. It's actually got a bit of a has a bit of a wonky explanation of stereo on the back. Where it says, in these recordings, the music has not been reshaped or reformed for the benefit of stereo. Rather, stereo and stereoacoustics have been molded to fit the music, and it is thus that stereo sound has a chance to really sing and to dazzle the connoisseur. Stereo is the unrelenting division of orchestras into very discrete parts, thus engendering the technique of recording soloists or sections in separate mics individually against their accompaniment. The philosophy of microphone placement is consistent with the acoustical environments and are especially selected to suit the subject. Apparently the company was based out of West New York, New Jersey. I believe they were a subsidiary of Rondo Records. If I'm not mistaken, Rondo was a budget label out of the U.S. During the 50s. And let's see who else they were. BSMPubs.com is discography, so almost all the labels that I have albums on. So let's see. That was around my. Yeah, they were a subsidiary. Yeah, and that's basically. Yeah. Let's. Oh. Let's. So it was stereo releases, and I believe it was. Yeah, the jackets have a way of. It's apparently had a way of coming. Yeah, you can tell that I'm recording it live. Oh, good evening, Carlos Aguilar. Yes. This label, Rondo and Crown were apparently not labels that specialized in tight fastening of vinyl LP jackets for some reason. Another Fiesta album, Glöckner der Heimat. Bruce Lowe apparently recorded that. Oh. Sweet. There's also So Klingston Obertrain from whoever these guys are. This is by EMI Electrola. For example, games right of first refusal to EMI recordings and didn't just. So, suspecting Capitol's right of first refusal to EMI when they were a corporate parent of EMI. In the first decade, there being a corporate parent of EMI didn't just apply to rock. Now I have a Longines Symphonite Society album. This is The Years to Remember, narrated by Frank Knight, who is a announcer for the Mutual Broadcasting System, which was big in the golden age of radio and had fallen off, which was fairly big during the golden age of radio and had fallen off the map after television came around and limped along up until 1999. And there's a picture of him right there. This one covers the events. And this tune covers the award-winning music, apparently. And any timeline in the events as followed. This one, I think, goes all the way out to Kennedy, this says. Goes up into Kennedy's assassination. So this might have come out in early 1964. And I believe the sample was through mail order. It was available through there anyway. I'm going to see if this whole album is on YouTube. Yes, it. No, apparently it's not. There's the award-winning music, of course, featuring the famous Disney tune "The Zippity Doo Dah," which has been removed recently from the Disneyland parades because of its ties to the Song of the South, which is, from what I hear, an incredibly racist film. A film so racist that Disney has not wanted anything to do with it, at least here in this country, since 1986. Although it continues to surface on bootleg tapes. And they had a... And it's a bit odd because in the timeline between 1989 and 2020, when they 2023 or so, they had Mountain. That was obviously based on Song of the South. But even though Disney had wanted nothing to do with that film since 86. So that's a weird chronological thought there. Here's Los Grandes Tango. Grandes del Tango on Discos Columbia. I didn't put it with my... this was pressed in the U.S. This was released in the U.S., but I did put it with my other Columbia LPs because this one has the Music Notes logo, where the other ones I have had the Walking Eye, were obviously made by a different company. Well, a completely different Columbia Records. This apparently was made by distributed by Miami Records Distribution Company out in Florida. Unsurprisingly. Out in, unsurprisingly, Florida. And so this apparently was purchased at some place called the La Garanchita Record Shop. And apparently this was recorded in Argentina. The individual sides to that one. It's a bit beaten up. Apparently, I also have Christmas with Lawrence Welk on Mistletoe Records, released in or around 1980s. It doesn't have a copyright or anything, but I think this was released around the late 80s. I'm going to show some of these here. Some of them partly, at least in part, to remember in memory of Jordan Rio's YouTube presence. I think he's still alive. Um, Groceries are here, I think.
Hi, are you from Albertsons? Throw everything on the ground. Oh, shit! And I love the way the cat moves.
Sorry about that. There was a bit of minor business that I need to take care of for a little bit there. The next vinyl that I have is Colonel Sanders' Tijuana Picnic on Mark 56 Records, whoever they were. Oh boy, it's got a listing of the famous picnic meals from Kentucky Fried Chicken there, and him doing renditions of his. He apparently is presenting knockoffs of Tijuana brass tunes. And some other tunes as well. That's the other side of that one. Let's see how a taste of honey came out under the orchestra of Colonel Sanders. Tijuana, Colonel Sanders and Tijuana chicken, if you will. Alright, that was a taste of honey from the Colonel Sanders Tijuana Picnic album that I was showing. Hello to you, Savage Gamer 1998. Yes, I'm showing off my vinyl LPs today. Well, some of them. Well, some of the many that I have. And this was off one of them. Colonel Sanders Tijuana Picnic, a knockoff rendition of Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass's hit "A Taste of Honey." As far as that performance is concerned, it's similar enough, so it's adequate. The rendition is similar enough so that the Content ID system will probably mistakenly identify it as Herb Alpert's original recording of the song. But that guitar that guitar definitely needed some tuning. Oh man. Oh wow. I'm sure your dad has an impressive collection there. Savage Gamer. Uh-oh. Yeah, big. Big. There's no limit to Big's menacing around my house, is there? Anyway, this is the next album that I'm going to show. It's actually a 4 LP set with the boxes starting to come apart, and I have no doubt that's probably Big's mystical doing as well. The greatest rock and Adam the Eighth Limited presents the greatest rock and roll hits, original hits by original stars. And they weren't kidding. This does have the original hits on it. It's a 3-album set as advertised on TV by Adam the Eighth Records, which is a particularly infamous record company. Well, particularly infamous mail order record company, because it took rough mixes of one of John Lennon's albums and tried to make you order it through the mail via TV. The LPs inside are all on Dynamic House, which I'm going to presume is not really a related company, or was that? I don't know. I forget. This was a record. This is the 4th record. It comes on a blue label, on a dark blue label. This one comes on a lime green label. This one comes on a yellow label. And this last one comes on a pink label. Mike Cross. I've never heard of him. He might be pretty good. It might be interesting. He had some albums from Mike Cross. I've never heard of him. Anyway, here's 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 a big beast of a record collection there. It's great original hits of the 50s and 60s. So we have Pat Boone there, Four Aces, Billy One, Patty Page, the Singing Rage, as she was once called, Teresa Brewer, the McGuire Sisters, Henry Mancini, Sonny and Cher, Roger Williams, Louis Armstrong, Perry Como, Brenda Lee, The Platters, Bill Haley, and many more. It's a pleasure program Reader's Digest LP through RCA Custom. Comes in a nice little box here that you slide out. And there are the songs on here. It has mostly original recordings on it. Though some of these are there were a few re-recordings in the batch. And some rechanneled stereo on it as well. Okay. That should be interesting to hear what Mike Cross is like. This Mike Cross guy is like. Has a mixture. Anyway, this has a mixture of original recordings and some nice little details about what records in there, about the recordings themselves. And this particular release is from This release is from 1974. Has some songs that, again, half original recordings and half re-recordings. Yes, there were a number of instances. Yes, during the 50s and 60s, there were a bunch of when it was common practice for record labels to take artists who had hits on one label and have them re-record the same hits for their label. That practice is thankfully dead among the major labels now, but it survives among a sea of largely no-name companies and smaller labels who want to make a buck out of nostalgia. The records inside have basically similar the same label design across the board. The Paul Anka ones for sure are re-recordings that he did for RCA back in '62. That's the only other hit to be written by the Big Bopper there, the Running Bear. He had 2 hits as a songwriter. Running Bear was one, and I believe the other was Chantilly Lace, which was his only hit as a recording artist. And unfortunately, he never got to have that anymore. He was one of the people who died during the, I think it was the 19... Yeah, he died in that plane crash back in 1959, along with Buddy Holly and Richie Valens. The Big Bopper is the only one out of the 3 artists who died that day whose life was never made into a movie. From what I can gather. He's one of those might have been artists. And he seems to have had some sort of might have been status among composers. Anyway, I have a couple of albums on K-Tel Records. This was a company that offered the original hits, and it brought you those in a manner that was heavily edited and in a manner that suggested they put too many of the original hits, that put more of the original hits on a single LP than a vinyl record was capable of handling. This is a case in point. Emotions. Today's Love Hits all originals. Yeah, they weren't. And they weren't kidding. It does have the originals again in a heavily edited form, and all too many of the originals for an LP to handle. You should probably have, if they were going to get better sound out of these, they probably should have invested in making double discs or something out of these compilations. Oh, it would have made more sense. Okay, so here's the next one. Dimensions. So it's another K-Tel release. And this is from 1981. I mean, both of these records have been played to death there. Yeah, that's easily got out the next albums. These next few albums are on a label called Pye. That's P-Y-E for you. And they were a British label. They were pretty big in the during the British invasion here in the States. Their artists were, anyway. The artists that they farmed out to such labels as Cap, I do know for a fact that they licensed to Warner Brothers as well. And I think they licensed to a couple of other labels. Several other labels. Back during the British invasion. Several other American labels. When the British invasion was getting big here in the States. So here's Pieces of Hancock. And that would be, the Hancock in question is Tony Hancock. I believe these are either recreations or just regular pressings of radio broadcast he did for the BBC. Oh, it's Tony Hancock. Okay. It's a comedy thing. It's interesting. His humor somehow revolves around antiques. Or at least I'm led to believe it is, based on the opening lines. of dialogue on the LP. I think I'll play a sample from there, and we'll see what if it matches the content ID or not. Here's track number 1 of the Pieces of Hancock LP on Pi. I don't have any albums on the company that were known previously as Nick.
I'm standing outside this pub, minding my own business, watching all the barrels roll down the Netherlands. And I came up to the young man sitting over that. He said, "Are you wagging about humanity's sitting inside you? I didn't even know who he was. I mean, no man is an island after all." So I said, so he stuck this band in the hand, and they were about five. But it would have been all right if I would have reviews of the mounted police. I think that's what really upset him. Well, I tried to unload this barrel for a figure, but he already had 2 of his own. So somebody built him
Or probably not. Or probably won't be playing all of it, but I'll probably see if it's on YouTube soon at some point. It's got plenty of surface noise on there, and it's got quite a bit of surface noise on the LP. I don't know if you noticed. It's a fairly old LP. I believe it's from 1960, from after the label became Pi Records. It was originally known as Pi Nixa, but it was renamed to Pi and just Pi in 1960. Alright, in the next one, I just have the jacket of this on the shelf, but you'll find out what happened to the record itself in either this part or another part. It's the first Pi LP, British Pi, and the first British LP I ever attempted to buy. It's well, off the internet. It's Donovan in Concert. Donovan Leitch, that is. You know, the hurdy-gurdy guy and the Sunshine Superman singer. I believe this one was originally released in 1968. Okay, what was the next one? The next one is the best Petula Clark, one of the prime stars of the British invasion, and probably one of the more successful outside in audiences outside the teen group. Because she got around on US TV a lot back in the 60s. This has the mono jacket there. It was apparently purchased. Originally belonged to someone named Chris and was purchased for them apparently for Christmas of 1970. So a year after this album came out, which was in 1969, this album came out in. But it's got the mono jacket, but the record inside is in stereo. Nice little compilation of her mid to late 60s hits. Almost all of which were also big hits in the States. The Petula Clark album is next, and this one compiles similar set of songs to what was on her earlier. Oh, it does have a couple songs that are electronically rechanneled for stereo. Yeah, they did a lot of rechanneling. Several record companies did that with some some records that were originally in mono back then. And I think they put too. This is another case where they probably put too many songs on one LP, but I think the UK seemed to be a bit better at that. Because at least their vinyl LPs had 7 track used to have 7 tracks per side back in the 60s, whereas the US only allotted 6 per LP. Here's Save Your Kisses, Love and Kisses from Brother to Man. This features Save Your Kisses from Me, and this was apparently marked for March 1976, which it was probably released in. It's in very nice condition. It's got a very nice color label on it. This was their only other big. This was the group's, and Save Your Kisses for Me was the group's only other big hit in the U.S. Um, where it was released on Pie's own U.S. label, and thus was the only hit on Pie's own American label, the American label under the Pie name. Yes, there was one briefly in the 1970s. It wasn't very successful, except for that one song. I will say that by modern standards, the last line of the record, of the Save Your Kisses for Me record, is incredibly creepy. And if you're familiar with likes of Operation Yewtree, and if you've heard of the Lifetime documentary Surviving R. Kelly, if you've heard of the, what was it? The Mute R. Kelly movement, you'll probably figure out why. Let me see.
Your kisses for me, save all your kisses for me. Bye bye, baby, bye bye. Don't cry, honey, don't cry. Gonna walk out the door, but I'll soon be back for more. Kisses for me, save all your kisses for me. So long, honey, so long. Hang on, baby, hang on. Tell me to stay, 'cause you know you've got to save your kisses for me. Save all your kisses for me. Bye-bye, baby, bye-bye. Don't cry, honey, don't cry. Won't you save them for me, even though you're only 3?
Yeah. That line didn't really age that well. Age all that well. It's a bit creepy. That's a bit of an ick by modern standards, that particular line. Anyway, I just wanted to play that particular line for you, just because, I wanted to see if you can figure out what the closing, just to see if I can get to the closing line of the song. And sure enough, I did. I did get to the closing line of that song, and oh boy, I bet R. Kelly would have loved that line. When he was a kid, or even when he was an adult. and probably used it around girls he met. Okay, the next one is if they were low enough, that is. Okay, the next one is on BBC records or tapes and tapes. The only other BBC audio product I have is the Bluey album that I ordered on CD last month and showed you last month. But this is a BBC This is the only other audio product I have for the BBC. It's vinyl. 40 years of television. That's TV entertainment with Petula Clark, Vince Hill, Cilla Black, Harry Sacombe, Cleo Lane, Val Doonican, Diana Solomon, Frankie Vaughan, Vera Lynn, Nilsson, Marianne Montgomery, The King Singers, Lena Martell, and Cliff Richard. And this is from 1976. So it marked their 40th year in broadcasting television. They've been around 101 years now, I would presume. Yeah. It's got a special series of 7 albums available from BBC Records and Tapes. And other one is We Seem to Have Lost a Picture, Comedy Spectacular, TV Big Bands and Orchestra, 40 Years of BBC Themes, Comedians Sing, and the 6-5 Special. Have you bought the other LPs in the series? I'll try to see if they're in the UK. If some of the copies of them are still in the UK, but they're probably hard to come by in the US. And for that matter, so is this LP. Best of BBC TV and radio. Yeah, some of these have bits of hair and dust particles on. Well, it's shining light on the grooves. I'll have to clean this off. I'll have to clean it before playing. But they're in this one's in very good shape. It's just the jacket is in need of some taking back together. Okay, here's the next one. This is the only, I think, Disney LP. The only LP I have on any of Disney's record labels. This is a Buena Vista LP of the soundtrack of Mary Poppins with Julie Andrews and Dick Van Dyke. And apparently should be played only on a phonograph equipped for stereo playback. This is a US release from 1965, I believe. The film is from 64. It's got a rather spoiler-heavy synopsis there. Blurred for those who haven't seen the movie. Like, I haven't seen it in its entirety. At least, I haven't seen it in its entirety. So, but I've been meaning to for quite a long time. Apparently, and it says there, tear off this part. E. There you go. You have a nice rainbow label at the top of both sides of the LP. And this one is a classic. I have the, I believe I have the 1985 Neon Mickey tape of this one, and I also have the 1988 Sorcerer Mickey one of the tape, the latter of which is closed captioned for the hearing impaired. Here's Jaime de Sterne, leader de Oren from Bruce Lowe on a Fiesta again. Still have no idea who the hell they were. And here's another record from a company I know nothing about. This is a 12-inch single on Orpheum Records. It's A Time for Heroes. This apparently is a limited collector's edition. For the it's apparently the official theme music of the 1987 International Summer Special Olympics Games, with Time for Heroes, performed by Meatloaf with Brian May from Queen, and instrumental version from Tangerine Dream. And the premier sponsor, Holiday Rambler Corporation. Let's see who officially sponsored this one. The Hit Factory. Okay. Yamaha sponsored this. Crest Audio. And it's got the inside note. Which has the spit dirtied up. It's a 1987 LP. And this has the lyrics of that song in there. Actually, I think I'll play both sides of that one. They're not very long at all. Yeah, I have it set to phono for a reason. It's so I can play you some samples of records, LPs that I have in my collection to give you demonstrative examples. We're going to play both sides of the Time for Heroes LP. I'm going to set it to 45 because they're both on 40. They're both playable at 45 RPM. They're both made for 45 RPM. Yeah, I think it's as far as the song itself, it's a bit. It's more. It definitely has a bit of '80s mozzarella. It's a slice of '80s Parmesan Romano cheese, but it's well, lyrically it's a bit cheesy, but it's the cheese fits. But it's good. It has fantastic sentiment in there, and definitely would sound plausible on an '80s movie action movie soundtrack from Canon films. And it definitely brings memories to me of a time that when I participated in the Special Olympics. Yes, I really did participate in the Special Olympics in 2016, and it was fun for me when I participated there. Now we're gonna hear the instrumental version of "A Time for Heroes" as performed by Tangerine Dream. don't think it sounds much like anything that Tangerine Dream ever cut, but I think changed. Yeah, it's an instrumental of. So there you have it, the vocal and instrumental of the Time Heroes. They seem to be completely different songs with the same title. I have no idea on that. And the B-side appears to be A Trip Down Skipsville, USA. And some of it is apparently been muted on the vinyl itself, which makes absolutely no sense. But it is a good. But it was a pretty good 45, 12 inch 45. I would say it's definitely on the. It's definitely quite a bit cheesy, but has some good sentiment there. Yeah. This next one is a sound effects record. And if you don't believe me, let me go. Well, I'll play a little bit. Glocken der Heimat. This is a sound effects record. Or maybe I won't play a bit of it for you, but this is a sound effects record called Glocken der Heimat on Fass. And this was released in 1968, I believe. Okay, here's the next one. And this is a comedy LP on Laugh Records from Richard Pryor. Are you serious? Here we go. It was upside down for a minute, I think. It's got there. The Pryor Flyer Non-Stop Express, apparently. We'll see what year this is from. Let me show you the. I think a small comedy label out of. Yeah, they were out of LA. This was compiled in 1976, so right around the time that Richard Pryor was about to peak in popularity. And boy, is this album fit the NSFW criteria. Well, it's got a very. Boy, does this album have a lot of cussing in it. That was Richard Pryor's specialty. Here is one of the Gold and Platinum volumes that Could be ordered in the mail through Columbus House. Volume 3. Of the Golden Platinum series. And this one has Tough Enough, which was part of the soundtrack for the Touchstone film Tough Guys. And Patti LaBelle and Michael McDonald with a duet On My Own. Who's Zooming Who, one of the few non-BMG releases that song got, and a pretty obscure, fairly obscure Aretha tune today. Though it was a fairly big hit back then, back in the 80s, but it seems to have been fairly forgotten now. I don't even hear it on 80s radio that much. So I know it's a pretty obscure tune. And of course, Stevie Wonder's Immortal, I Just Called to Say I Love You. And Curie from Mr. Mister. This was released on Realm Records. It's about the quality of the stream when viewed through my phone is different from the quality on YouTube. It's got a bunch of pixels up and down the line for some reason on the feed. Here's side 2 of it anyway. And this was released in 1987, I believe. Bullying comedy album from 1960, I believe it is. And yeah, it's got quite a bit of raunch in it. Though fairly tame. Oh, I suspect the raunch in it. It was fairly raunchy in 1960. I'm sure it's tame now. Or not. Knockers Up! Rusty Warren. This monophonic record may be played on both mono and stereo record players. It's apparently the hilarious comedy album that has Mr. and Mrs. America rolling on the floor from coast to coast. I have never met Mr. and Mrs. America. I'm sure they're pretty lovely people. Listening pleasure by playing this monophonic recording on a stereo phonograph without any damage to the disc. Part of JG Record Company. The Jubilee Records, which I believe one of their last albums was Emmylou Harris's first album. Performance, Perfection. I'm not sure it's necessarily in that order. They did have a few single hits in the late 50s as well. They had a hit with, what was it? Speedo, which was by the, of course, the Immortal Oriolas. And then there was also the was also other hits on the label were four tunes. I Understand Just How You Feel, Crying the Chapel through the Orioles. And quite a few others. And I believe Mary Wells, first successful artist on Motown, was on Jubilee at one time, recorded an album for Jubilee at some point. They were around from 1946 until 1970, and again, Emmylou Harris's album debut, I believe, was one of the last albums the label ever released. May have to look for that for my mom. I think this is a later pressing. These are not the fonts that were in use in 1960. Well, most of these are not the fonts that the label used in 1960 anyway. And I believe this printing is from between 1969 and 1966, 1969. It seems to fall somewhere in that range. The record originally came out in 1960. Yet another comedy record. This time it's from MF Records. I have no idea who they were. It's Red Fox at Home. Started by the Impulse Distributing Corporation. I'm assuming this has no ties to the jazz label Impulse, which was owned by ABC and later was in the hands of the Universal Music Group. There is no copyright stamp on this one. Okay. So, apparently it's electronically re-recorded to simulate stereo. This album is not banded. Track separation is attempted on this one. And this was pressed, I believe, by Columbia in Terre Haute, Indiana. We have Warum ist erst am Rhein so mit Peter Alexander on Vesta again. Well, these have a copyright date again. I gotta block out the address here. Or maybe we'll just assume he doesn't live here anymore or is no longer with us. This was apparently the property of Gerhard Weishaupt, whoever he was, in Rock Island, Illinois, which is one of the Quad Cities. This next album is, I believe, on Ronco, and they were a label much like K-Tel, in that they give you the original recordings, but they usually heavily edited them and crammed too much of the original recordings onto, crowd more of the original recordings than a vinyl LP could handle. On well, technically speaking, technologically speaking. Here's And the one I got is Melodies of Love from Jim Reeves. 20 beautiful love songs. As seen on TV, although I haven't seen an ad for this turn up on any of the Betamax continuity videos that were posted at some point by Doom Basher 1971, so I have no way of knowing. And I haven't seen it in any other British advert breaks either. This was made in England, by the way. And this, I believe, is from 1982. Yes, again, the original. And yes, here it is. And again, these are the original recordings. And again, that's too many of the original recordings for a single LP, and probably heavily edited versions thereof. Some of the recordings presented are in mono only, apparently. And it's got an important notice on there. Copyright exists in this recording. Unauthorized copying, re-recording, broadcasting, or public performance in whatever manner strictly prohibited. Apply for a public performance license to the Photographic Performance Limited, Gannon House, 1422 Gannon Street, London, W1V1LB. Good to know. Apparently, this was a pressing D on there. So we got a good idea of when this was manufactured, I think. Because I believe it was manufactured in March 1982. Next one. An early album on Rounder Records, which is known for its bluegrass recordings. I don't often find albums on this label when I'm out when I'm in town, but sometimes. But I do occasionally. But we'll pick them up if they're available. This is a label that, of course, later gave us the Arthur soundtracks. If you remember that show. It's Guy Van Duzer. On Rounder. It's the album is called Fingerstyle Guitar Solos. Doesn't have a copyright ID on the back. We'll see if it's on the record itself. And it is on the record itself. It's from 1977. It has some nice OS style labels. These OS themed labels there. Even though the label was based out of Somerville, Massachusetts. Let's play a little bit of that. We'll see how Stars and Stripes Forever came out of the bluegrass style. It's in great condition, by the way.
Okay, this is by my other favorite. John Phillips system.
That was pretty good, wasn't it? Guy Van Duzer doing the song Stars and Stripes Forever. His Rowder Records album, five finger style guitar solos. Okay, so we'll put that back in the sleeve, and I'll show you the last vinyl LP that I have from the Black Milk Crate, one of the Black Milk Crates. One of the milk crates that I have near my bed that store vinyl. Store nothing but vinyl records. And this one is an Australian LP from one of the unsung members of the Jackson 5, Jermaine, in a self-titled album. I put this here, but I normally would put my Arista albums on the second shelf, but I decided to put it in a separate one because this was distributed by a pretty prolific Australian record company called Festival, the local home of my other artist, Olivia Newton-John. The label where Olivia Newton-John got her start. And the label that handled a lot of recordings from U.S. artists and had its own numbering system. So I have it on that shelf in case I want to buy more albums that were either released on or distributed by Festival. This says an Arista LP. Arista was one of their clients from 1980 up until 1986. And Australian made, the guarantee of quality. Got a nice little boomerang. If I can read that. I'm trying to read that thing in the bottom. It says there the nice Australian buys Australian. I think. I am not sure. The wise Australian buys Australian. Okay. This is from 1984. And this was also on cassette, apparently. Usually was on cassettes. It's got a duet with his brother, Michael Jackson. And a duet with two more of his brothers. This is the reissue with Pia Sedgwick. This is I think the second version of Jermaine Jackson's self-titled 1984 album, which has the Pia Sedgwick duet, When the Rain Begins to Fall. The big hit off the record, I think, was Dynamite, which is the first cut. And I also love the song Oh Mother, which was at the end. I actually played it for my own mother at one time. And this is got a list of special thanks credits there. And the record is in very nice shape. Detected very few abnormalities when playing it. It's in great condition. Here's the first side. And here's the second side. Now, prior to 1980 in Australia, Arista was distributed by EMI in Australia. Now, prior to 1980, Australian distribution of Arista LPs was by EMI, and distribution of Arista LPs after 1980 was on Festival, and distribution of LPs of Arista LPs after 1986 was from RCA BMG. A bit of a wobbly jacket there, but got one from the land of Bluey. Got an album of Jermaine Jackson from a recording of what was then of a member of what was then the land of the Jacksons from the land of Bluey. How about that? Oh, there we go. Oh, sorry, there we go. And now for the second crate, which does have a lot of RCA, and some BMG related material in it. RCA and RCA related, and RCA and BMG related material in it. And companies that were tied to RCA when I was a little kid, anyway, before the Sony BMG thing happened. This is a high fidelity recording. I'm going to start with a high fidelity recording here. Eddie Fisher of with the album "I'm in the Mood for Love" with Hugo Winterhalter in this orchestra. And this one was released in 1956. I bought it from, I think, a place called Threads when it was closing down. I bought some of my first records from a small little store, thrift store in downtown Tucson that was on its last legs when I went there back in 2014, 2015. I think it closed down early in 2015. I think the name of it was Threads, but it could have been. Could have gone under another name. I bought this album from there anyway. And there's the other side of it. Okay, and here's the next vinyl LP I have. This RCA vinyl. This one is from the UK, and I believe one of the earliest UK albums that were released on RCA directly. They were previously on, I think, his Master's Voice, with an EMI label over there. But when EMI bought out Capitol Records, RCA decided to jump ship from EMI and went to Decca in the UK, and that went on up until 1969 when RCA decided to form its own British division and set up its own British talent and do its own British pressings. RCA. It's Perry Como. Yeah, one of the earliest RCA UK LPs. And it's Perry Como's We Get Letters. This one is from 1957. Apparently, these new orthophonic high-fidelity recordings are distinguished by these characteristics: complete frequency range, ideal dynamic range plus clarity and brilliance, constant fidelity from outside and inside of the record, improved quiet services. And there's that little thing from a little 50s artifact that RCA didn't bring along with them into the 60s or 70s or any other decade. Beware the blunted needle. Blunted or chipped needle can permanently damage your most valuable records. A worn needle will impair the quality of sound reproductions you hear. Make sure your needle is in good condition before you play this record. If in doubt, have it checked by your dealer or buy a new needle. And it's got the high precision product. Stepper up there. Tips on handling. And tips on playing. One touchy. Replace this record in this container immediately after use. Store in an even moderate temperature. Those are some interesting little tips there. I don't know if it's coming off as... Is the whole stream coming off as blurry to you? I hope not. Again, I've been planning this for a very long time. I've been planning to delve deeply into my music collection. This is, I think, my last step into it. One of my last attempts to... last stops in covering the whole of my physical media. One of the last stops in covering the whole of my physical media musical collection, which will be showing off the vinyls. And I'll do multiple parts of my vinyl LP collection if you'd like. This again is from 57. I'm putting it there carefully. Here's the next vinyl LP that I have from RCA Victor, or on the American track now. This is an early release in living stereo. Kind of like living color. Kind of a nice living color that NBC shows had. And RCA was indeed co-owned with NBC, the record company, RCA Victor, that is. Anyway, we have a nice collection of songs here. I think all those songs were public domain ones at the time, and are public domain ones now. Well, except for one of them. Very old time songs. Some very old-timey songs there. And this is, I believe... This, I believe, was a response to the Mitch Miller and the gang Sing Along with Mitch albums that were starting to come up at the time, which would have been in 1959. It's got an important notice there. This is a true stereophonic record, specifically designed to be played only on phonographs equipped for stereophonic reproduction. This record will also give outstanding manual performance on many conventional high-fidelity phonographs by a replacement of the cartridge. See your local dealer or serviceman. There we go. See if we can get a close-up on that one. And this actually has... Ooh. And no DVD drives were harmed during the making of the stream, thankfully. That was a bit of a loud thump there. But the thump sure was loud. And it's got some sheet music in there. The songs in this album all hold a special appeal, both through their words and their melodies. These are songs that with certain type of these are songs with that certain type of sentiment, which can only be expressed musically. Each of them possesses a warmth which has mellowed through the years, And there is reason to believe that future generations will gain a similar pleasure from hearing and seeing them. I'm not sure how many did. Anyway, you got Uranus Brothers notes by Frank Jacobs there. It's from 1959 on RCA. It's got some interesting, fascinating drawings over there. I believe I think I bought this at the Assistance League, if I'm not mistaken. I believe one of the first LPs I ever bought at the Assistance League. Last track, Camptown Races, apparently. And the back is blank except for the catalog number. And the inevitable Print USA stamp there. I like these old RCA Victor L's, particularly because they date the they usually had a copyright date on them prior to 1972. They were the only, I think, big label to regularly put copyright stamps on its albums, so I could easily detect what year that the album came out in. Something I have a hard time doing all that easily with other labels from the time frame. They're the only big company in the U.S. to date their albums on a regular basis back in the 50s and 60s. Okay, let's put the record back in there. Let's see, Living Stereo. Okay, so next one is a live in-person performance. Apparently, a Victor. Rejoice, dear hearts. Here you go. I'm trying to do it live. And there we go. All right, there we go. It's Rejoice, Dear Hearts from Brother Dave Gardner. I think this is a comedy record. And, yeah, we're definitely in the 50s. He's got a cigarette in his hand. Back in the 50s, just about everyone who can smoked. No one knew that you could blow your lungs. Things like blowing out your lungs on these things apparently never occurred to adults at the time. It was apparently interestingly enough to be featured on Jack Parr's show. Jack Parr, I believe, was the second Tonight Show host. The current one, of course, being Jimmy Fallon. And it's apparently designed for the phonograph of today or tomorrow, played on your present machine and gives you the finest quality reproduction. Played on a stereophonic machine and gives even more brilliant true-to-life fidelity. You can buy today without fear of obsolescence in the future. And it's from 1959, recorded by one Chet Atkins. So apparently he had a day and night club where this was recorded and actually recorded it live to tape. It's got a sleeve in there. The new sound America loves best. Victor Records. There we go. And it says the same notice on the back. There's no track separation on this entire album. It's just one continuous groove on each side. I believe I saw an ad. I was prompted to buy this because I saw an ad for it in the 1960 issue of Life magazine, an early 1960 issue of Life magazine, when I was 16 years old, I believe it was. I also bought it in the Assistance League. Okay. So, what do I do here? There we go. Got it in there. Okay, here's the next one. Apparently, we have another 1959 RCA. Jeanette MacDonald and Nelson Eddy. Remember them? Bye. Very old time song. Songs that they performed in their MGM operettas. Redone in hi-fi because this was apparently a thing back in the 50s. It was apparently a hit trend among the folks on the major labels to start re-recording these old songs they have hits with in the 50s. In the 50s, they would re-record bring the stereos back into the studio and have them re-record songs they scored in the 50s. Dot, when it was owned by Paramount, was especially known for that. Known for taking artists who had hits on 78 and having them re-record the same songs for hi-fi. It's got the note about Dynagroove, which has apparently lived in infamy. It was apparently an infamous attempt at a recording process, a computerized processing thing for audio that was not exactly hot among phonograph buyers, but of the when it initially came out, but it guided them through the 1970s. Guided from 1964 to 1970, I would add. I believe this pressing dates from 1964 because it's got ads for considerably newer albums on there. The similar indeed in Dynagroove, which wasn't even introduced until 1964, as I said. And it's got the complete RCA Victor catalog promo in there. Your address, RCA Record Division, Department C, Rockaway, New Jersey. Most trusted name and sound. Is RCA slogan, right? Yep, I think I bought this brand new factory sealed. Nobody had opened it since the 60s. When this was pressed. Yeah, this is not the original pressing, as you may have suspected from that particular RCA Victor label, which was only in use from 1964 to 68. The original pressing, I believe, would have had a different RCA Victor logo font, for sure. And the, I think, long 33 1/3 plate graphic at the bottom. Okay, here's the next LP I have. It's apparently done with something called the Miracle Surface, a revolutionary new organic ingredient 317X, which helps keep the record dust free, helps prevent surface noise, helps ensure faithful sound reproduction. Another living stereo. This is Foxtrot. Arthur Murray's music for dancing. Spine's practically coming apart. This one, the jacket's coming apart on a number of different angles. From Bob Simpson, the recording edge. It's apparently designed only to be played only on photographs and equipped for stereophonic reproduction. It will also give outstanding modular performance on many conventional high-fidelity photographs by replacement of the cartridge See your local dealer serviceman again, and fine record deserves the finest phonograph, a RCA Victor Stereo High Fidelity Victrola. I have a Victrola, but it's a reproduction, I think, that was sold at Walmart. That was made in the last decade. Anyway, we got an ad. This is the original press. This is the original pressing this time. It's I think there. Listen to these recent RCA Victor releases, now available in new orthophonic and living stereo versions, already acclaimed for their musical excellence and technical perfection. So we have Hello Amigos, Names Brothers, Mancini Touch, Teensville from Chet Atkins, music from Mr. Lucky, which I've never even seen reruns of. So it's probably a short-lived show. Cha-Cha, Arthur Murray's music for dancing. Del Reese, who later went on to star in the CBS drama Touched by an Angel. Marjorie Maynard. Elvis, before he became famous enough to have his own sleeves on albums. And Harry Belafonte, before he also became famous enough to have his own sleeves for albums. That are separated from other artists. Rosemary Clooney, Perez Prado, A Touch of Tabasco. Como Swings. Music of Simon Romberg. George Mellencamp. In the back. Another Family Belafonte's albums over there. Jack the Ripper. South Pacific, the 1958 movie cast recording of that film, which is, I think it was among the most frequently pressed RCA albums of all time. I've seen pressings of that album stretching, because I've seen listings of that album stretching all the way into the early 80s, even though it came out in the late 50s. And How the West Was Won, the soundtrack. And, well, a nice big wordy explanation of stereo. At the bottom of that half of the sleeve. It would read to some younger people as TLDR today. And this thing there, when you go stereo, either by acquiring a new stereo phonograph or by converting your present set, your library of mono records does not become obsolete. Quite the contrary. Stereo reproducing equipment brings out the best in any recording, modular or stereo. RCA Victor now offers an already large and rapidly growing selection of the music you want, performed by the world's greatest artists on living stereo long play records. And it's got a very nice big band sort of music on there, the album itself inside. I have in cross-reference to this, I have the oldest Mad Magazine issue I have, I believe, is from June 1960, and it has a parody of a television show Arthur Murray had at the time that this was recorded. And Matt also put out some albums on RCA itself, in their own right. And in their own right, Matt did put out some albums on RCA. They were a very big label back then. These were a real thriving sort of company back in the late 50s and early 60s. Back in the 50s and 60s. It really thrived for RCA. They beat Columbia to rock music. With Elvis, most notably. Okay. The next album on that I have on RCA. This is the only one of Harry Belafonte's studio albums that I have. And it's his second Calypso album, made in 1961. His first was made in 1956, and he wanted to focus on other things in between that time frame, so he released albums of other types of music, where he performs other types of music, from the blues to gospel. So this is Jump Up Calypso. It was manufactured by Belafonte Enterprises Incorporated for Radio Corporation of America. That's also what it says at the texturing of the record itself, if I'll get it out for you. This is the mono version. The stereo and the number for both the mono and stereo versions is up there. Prefix for the mono and stereo versions anyway. This is when they were using, when the RCA was starting to use the same cover slicks, but just folded up. But they would fold theirs down for stereo, up for mono. Like all other record companies that were doing stereo and mono LPs simultaneously back then. And they would use the same back cover slick for both stereo and mono. By that time, the stereo was being adopted, starting to be adopted in just about every household in the country. Back in those days. Of course, this is the album I bought because it has Jump in the Line, which I remember because it was on the soundtrack of the film Beetlejuice, and also because my mom played it a lot when I was a kid. Believe it or not. And here is a collection of Harry's other albums. He did a lot of albums for RCA back then. And it has a nice little biography of Harry Belafonte on the back. And this is from the sleeve dating from 1963, of course. Oh, I love him. This music. I wish I had more of it on vinyl and CD. I don't have that much of it. Oh wait, no, it doesn't have that. Oh, no, I thought it did. Oh, it's below the orchestral credit. Okay. So it's in mono. I do not have the. It's in mono. They were still making mono. I think all the labels, the American labels, made mono LPs up until 1968, when they started making them in stereo only. Well, by and large. Browns featuring, but it took a long use to stereo albums. They only did it in 1970. They only dumped mono in records in 1970. Here's the Browns featuring Jim Edward Brown. Browns featuring Jim Edward Brown singing songs from the Little Brown Church hymnal. Lots of classic hymns there. I don't have much in the way of religious music. It's not really something I'm not that big on religious products in general. But I do have some. Which is not to say I don't have any at all. I'm much more of a secular media collector, but I do have some religious stuff in my collection for sure. Sometimes I buy religious stuff, but usually my purchasing tastes as far as media items tend to be more secular. Tend to be secular. For that matter, this channel is usually secular too, which is why I haven't. I'm trying to figure out how to upload. Well, I've been. I think I had found some TBN stuff on a tape once, but I lost a TBN tape that I. But ever since but then I put it somewhere where I can't really find it until I got a new VCR again and try to see if it's still in the collection or not. I'll see if it is. But I'm going to try to figure out how to upload that without, it interfering with the secular status that the channel has. Well, this channel, anyway. Now, I got this particular sleeve with another record that was on an unrelated label. Or it may have been the same label, maybe another label. But I've been trying to figure out what to do with that one. Ever since I got this particular sleeve, I temporarily gave it. I gave it for a number of years to, I think, a German RCA Victor. A German release on RCA. Then but that's when I stumbled upon this particular album from 1962. And given the text referring to the statement that RCA's new Red Seal magnetic tape is used in recording all RCA Victor albums and pre-recorded tapes, and the superlative product of our Radio Corporation of America, produced by today's most advanced techniques, is now available for home use. Judging by that particular bit being on this particular sleeve, I figured this was the record that would have had the record on it, in it. And it's got a big blurb up there. Enjoy the music you want, when you want it, and hear it right! That's a little bit of a demanding little thing there. Okay, so here is... this apparently was property of someone named Lynette. Oh, yeah. That's that one. This is one of, I think, only 2 religious LPs that I have on RCA. again, I'm a bit more of a secular media collector, as my media purchasing tastes tend to be more secular. But I my media purchasing tastes tend to be a lot more secular than that. So I don't really buy a lot of religious records or a lot of religious VHS tapes, aside from vegetables, which can easily cross over into the secular viewpoint. Apart from those that have a little crossover from the secular end of things, like the VeggieTales tapes, definitely have appeal in the secular end of things. So I buy those. And plus, that show was one part of my childhood. Part of my childhood. But yeah, not really much of a religious media collector by that much. I don't really collect religious stuff that much, so. Well, anyway, we have a bit of a mix-up on this next one. This is supposed to have a German LP of released in 1960. Their earliest recordings in the Dynagroove process. But inside is Heartbreak Trail from 1965. An American pressing thereof, evidently, because it got the Nipper dog up there. Which are RCA only used in the States and Canada. In every other country, they just used the Lightning Bolt logo. Because EMI had the rights to the Nipper the dog logo in most of the rest of the world. Here's another mono LP from the 60s. The South Great Race, composed and conducted by Henry Mancini. It's an RCA Victor Dynagroove recording again. Now this says the nice line notes there from Hans Patel, the contributing editor of Hi-Fi Stereo Review, whose archives are on worldradiohistory.com, if I remember correctly. It's a gatefold. I have not seen this one. It's a Blake Edwards movie. I'm sure it'll be quite good. Well, most of his tend to be good movies. I like the Pink Panther ones particularly. I'm particularly partial to the Pink Panther ones he did, but he also did things like SOB, Victor Victoria, which I have the Australian VHS of, and 10. And he did this movie, which should be... I think he also did Breakfast at Tiffany's. as well. And Bob Mancini along with him almost every time. Here's It's a Man's World from Ed Ames. Not the kind of sentiment you bring along today. The title does not have the kind of... The title does not refer to a kind of sentiment that anyone in their right mind would want to bring along today, unless they were part of the GOP or something. And or one for Andrew Tate or something. This is from 1966. Here's record there. And this is when 8-tracks were coming onto the scene. RCA was the first label that ever released 8-tracks. They invented the format. A format that most people would associate with the 70s. But it was around from 1965 to 82 on the commercial market, and it was also in the Columbia Record Club until 1988, come to think of it. All right, let's get out the record. It's in very nice condition. Maybe a little speckle there, but not a bothersome one. This again is from 1966. There's a Nearness of You from John Gary. This is the only uploaded. I think one of my highest viewed commercial breaks, and I got it from a commercial branch that was posted by some other user, but it was an infomercial for this guy's, a compilation for this guy. And I believe I played a cut from it when I did my Valentine's Day stream last year. Oh, well, a couple months ago, actually. Wasn't that long ago. The sleeve is the same as on my, as on the Jeanette McDonald Nelson Alley album I showed earlier, so not inclined to show it to you again. I think this is one of the more recent mono LPs that I have. It's from the middle of the last decade of their run. It's from 1965. It was right when stereo was LP. That's why when more people were starting to buy stereo phonographs. Right when people were starting to invest in stereo phonographs instead of mono ones. So it was obviously from the tail end of mono being a thing. I'm trying to carefully read the numbers here. Okay, here's the next one. The Best of Eddie Arnold. This is the Country Hall of Fame series print. Elected 1966. And it's got a thing there. Enjoying these Eddie Arnold albums, the Country Hall of Fame series. His biggest hits in the 60s, I believe, were Make the World Go Away and What's He Doing in My World, which were big on the pop and country charts. This has the same sleeve as the It's a Man's World album, so I'm just going to show you the record. This one does not say Dinah Groove there. Though a lot of the 60s R.C. Victor albums did. So, what's next? Oh, yeah, I can show you this German album I have on RCA. John Gibson with Spanish stereo. And it's got the Lightning Bolt RCA logo because, again, the rights of the RCA logo in Leopard the Dog in most of the world were in the hands of EMI. And it's got an interesting little track list there. Nashville Sound, yeah. And I have to plug my phone in. I got a little notice saying the battery was low. Hold on. There we go. Anyway, here's the back cover. And it's got a little blurb for Dinah Groove down at the bottom. It was the German distributor of RCA was Teldec, Telefunkendecker. From Master Recordings of RCA. And there's the record. It's Don Gibson with Spanish guitars. Side 1, and here's side 2. Good track out there called Don't You Ever Get Tired of Hurting Me. This one features the Jordanaires, who also backed Elvis Presley, or who are best known in worldwide for backing Elvis Presley. Here's a Canadian, next three, I think, next 2 or 3, yeah, are Canadian copies of RCA LPs, beginning with Somebody Like Me from Eddie Arnold. And Dinah Groove again. Well, I have a couple of RCA Victor Dinah Groove LPs that were Canadian copies. And yep, this is how you know. Or maybe I should turn it around to show you. That's how you know it's got this little green thing. ER, printed in Canada. And it's got a little copyright warning there. printed in Canada. And interesting note about these, Canadian RCA Victor LPs from the 60s. They actually clung on to the late 50s, to the mid to late 50s, doggone top RCA Victor label longer than the US did. A living stereo. Got a living stereo twice. And the word Dynagroove there. Here's the other side of that one. Arranged and conducted by Bill Walker. And the title count is a very good song from him. Also includes a rendition of the song Tips of My Fingers, which was composed by, I think, Bill Anderson. Here's an American RC Victor LP, which I got brand new factory seal when I got it. When I got brand new factory sealed in 2017 from a Goodwill. Just a Closer Walk with Me from Kate Smith, the only album of hers I have. Yeah, I'm aware that there was the Philadelphia Eagles for a long time had Kate Smith's rendition of God Bless America in the background of their games when they won. But I had to discontinue it at some point in the last decade because she apparently recorded a song called That's Why the Darkies Were Born, which is incredibly racist, but I'm not sure there was any reason to pull that particular song or any tribute to this fine performer there. More gospel favorites by Kate Smith. This one has a different RC Victor sleeve on it. It's promotes different albums. Like the Broadway cast recording of Fiddler on the Roof, which I wanted to get for a number of years. I hope I get it soon. The Broadway cast recording of Hello Dolly from Carol Channing. The soundtrack of The Sound of Music, which I have a Canadian CD of. John Gary sings your all-time favorite song, Sam Cooke at the Copa. The late, great Sam Cooke, who unfortunately was shot to death during his 4th year on RCA. Henry Mancini's Academy Award-winning songs, Al Hurt, live at Carnegie Hall. Distant Drums from Jim Reeves. RCA took a number of tragic losses during 1964. A couple of them. Sam Cooke got shot to death, and Jim Reeves died in a plane crash. It was some real tragedies for RCA Victor's roster back in '64. And that's the album from where the re-recordings of Pauline cassettes on that Greatest Hits the 50s and 60s box set I showed earlier came from. Stereo version of the Jeanette and Nelson McDonald and Eddie favorites and stereos there. Soundtrack of Breakfast and Tiffany's, Victory and C, Cute and Country from Connie Smith. And it's got the RCA Stereo 8 thing in there as well. Rolling Choice, John Gary. Same Sam Cooke album there. And again, the soundtrack, The Sound of Music. And this one was also 8-track stereo cartridge tape, adopted by all major U.S. auto companies. Wow. But probably not adopted by any other auto company outside of North America because they have different road paths and the 8-track was not suited to them. Was too big for them. An 8-track player would have been too big for any of them. So they stuck with the cassette. And there were later refinements. And that plus the refinements in the sound quality that were made to cassettes eventually made that format dominate over the 8-track. To the point where where the 8-track was eventually discontinued. Here's and anyway, here's the record itself. It'll focus. Lots of old time hymns in there. Arranged and conducted by Glenn Oser. Is it Glenn Oser or Osser? Yeah, let's word like this. So, that's. Was an RC Victor Dining Groove LP. I collected those at the time. It was primarily specialist in RCA collecting when I was doing my music collections back in the 50s and I wasn't around in the 50s and 60s, so I was specializing in RCA album collecting between 2015 and 2017 primarily in 2018 and 19 primarily. Okay, here's the next one. And the next one is Send Me the Pillow You Dream On, another great country hits. This is another Canadian RCA LP. With the same copyright warning there. Welcome to come to mind to join errors again. And here it is. What are these? They used heavier vinyl stock, these RCA ones. Back in the day. They were really thick enough. Yeah, this is really thick vinyl used there. This was back when the major label said strong vinyl. Very thick vinyl. It was pretty heavy in the hand. Here's the next LP, Without Her, from Jack Jones. And it's another German release, as you can plainly see here, because that's the lightning bolt logo that's plastered over the nipper, the dog symbol. Due to EMI again having the rights to that symbol outside of the U.S. and Canada, by and large. And RCA just borrowed Nipper from them. Oh, right. Okay. Okay, and we got the record itself in this case. We did a rendition of Homeward Bound on there. And Live for Life, which was a highlighted song from this album, was used in the film Live in the United Artists film of that name, which never got a whole video release as far as I'm concerned. I don't think it got much of a release theatrically. It certainly was never released on video, VHS. I don't think it made it to DVD or Blu-ray, and I don't think it's streaming anywhere. Kino Lorber's going to come to the... don't worry. I think Kino Lorber should come to the rescue on that one. And if it doesn't, I'll be pretty disappointed. Because I haven't seen it. Because at the very least, it's not a movie I've seen. Here's a Warm Sheet of Ivory. This was a big selling album from Henry Mancini, of course, featuring his love theme from Romeo and Juliet. And he did score a lot of hits on the pop charts. Many of his... and he also wrote a lot of his hits, with the love theme from Romeo and Juliet being an exception. That was written by Nino Rota, who also did the scores for the first two Godfather movies. And this was back when mono records had stopped being made. This would be... Yeah, it was released in 1969, so mono records were finished among U.S. labels by that point. It's got text up there reading, RCA stereo records may be played on any modern phonograph with the lightweight tone arm. You will hear excellent sound reproduction on a mono player and full stereo sound on a stereo player. And I'm sorry if it's blurry in the stream. I didn't intend it to be blurry, but for most of the stream, but I must... This apparently was not a good day for the phone's clarity as far as streaming video. I guess. Let's see. Well, I almost had it with the copyright stamp, but... Well, you could barely read that RCA stereo records thing there, so I had to read it for you. You know? And just put it in generic sleeve. This is one of, I think, albums to have the current RCA Records logo. It was the logo that was previously used from 1965 to 1968 to 1987 on RCA Records, but it was brought back again in 2015, early 2015. And here is the B-side of the LP, which is the side where we encounter the love theme from Romeo and Juliet. Now, these came on orange labels, if they were RCA Victors. I think they also came on blue labels, if they were Camden. Red labels, if they were Red Seal. And some other colors that were assigned to other divisions of RCA. I forget what those were. I'll have to look them up again. Now, I know, I would like to think I know a lot about these companies, but sometimes there's information about them that I tend to forget. And the label colors that RCA used between 1968 and 76 were, for the most part, among them. Okay, and the next one. Sing Away the World from Ed Ames. With bridge over troubled water as it was meant to be sung. And it's got the way it was meant to be sung. Lyrically, that is. As far as the lyrics, he got the lyrics right. Now, some knockoff artists usually don't. Ones that record for budget labels and did sound-alikes. There's that same notice again. And the little thing to the left of it saying, Dynagroove is the product of research and development, assuring that RCA records are as modern as the latest advances in engineering and science. Good to know. This is from 1970, so it's one of the last Dynagroove albums ever released. And this got promos for some one of the albums Dolly Parton did with Porter Wagner, LA Breakdown, The Country Way from Charlie Pride, who was, I think, the longest running black country artist before Darius Rucker. By the way, the CMT Awards are tonight on CBS. If you're watching that instead of the stream. If you watch that instead of the stream. I Love Charlie Brown. I'm assuming this song is not about the Peanuts character from Connie Smith. Hometown Guitar from Chet Atkins. Whispering Hope from George Beverly Shea, who is another RCA long runner, but with gospel albums. Some 8 tracks. Crown of Creation from Jefferson Airplane. Only the Greatest from the great Waylon Jennings there. Harry Belafonte's Love there. Harry Belafonte sings of Love there. The soundtrack for the Monkees movie Head, which has got to be one of the most surreal movies I ever heard of. Haircast album, which I have 3 copies of from 3 different countries. The Archies, or the record with Sugar Sugar on it. Bubblegum pop staple. Ed Ames, again. Floyd Kramer playing MacArthur Park. Belafonte and Carnegie Hall. One of the most famous psychedelic rock albums ever, Jefferson Airplane's Surrealistic Pillow. Jose Feliciano, John Gary, with the psychedelic cover there. The Best of Henry Mancini, Hey I'm High from Rita Monero, and one of Harry Nilsson's albums. And the complete RCA catalog for 25 cents. And with the same address as all the other RCA catalogs, apparently. Also, one of the last RCAs with the deep groove. before they went to the small diameter hole. And here's the very best of the Youngbloods, highlighting Hit, which was Get Together, one of the best songs of the late 60s. You also do editions of C.C. Rider, Quicksand. I also have a 1980s cassette reprint of this one. Another of the very late releases with Dynagroove. This one being from 1970. Now here's the inside, where we have Seattle from Perry Como, Floyd Kramer, Luciano 10-23, The Fiddler on the Roof Broadway cast again. Zero Mostel in that one. Was in the Broadway version. The first Broadway version. And the Friends of Distinction, who are best known, who had quite a number of hits, pop and R&B hits during the 50s and 60s. They were the top R&B star in RCA back in the late 60s and early 70s. But are best known today for having the song Grazing in the Grass, which I think was featured on the Anchorman soundtrack. And some more 8 tracks, including the Carroll County Accident, one of my favorite late 60s country tunes from Porter Wagoner. Charley Pride again. John Hartford, who I believe was composer of Gentle on My Mind. The first album with the F word on it, believe it or not. Jefferson Airplanes Volunteers. The great Waylon Jennings with... I don't have very many of his albums, but this is one I hope to get. One of many I hope to get. At some point. Steve and Edie in one of their last LP go-arounds. The Monkees' Greatest Hits, their first compilation. Before they got reduced to 2 members and had an album that went nowhere. I already showed you that Harry Mancini one. Good and Bad and the Ugly there. Oliver, the original movie soundtrack of the movie that won Best Picture in 1968. Best of Charley Pride. Best of Jim Reeves. Youngbloods again. And another Porter Wagoner and Dolly Parton album. And once again, we have the complete RC record catalog up there. Over there, actually. And here's the disc itself. Somehow it's titled Let's Get Together on the track listing for side 1. It's the first cut on side 1, and for some reason it's just called Let's Get Together on side 1 of the LP. The jacket has the correct title, which is just Get Together. Here's side number 2 of that one, by the way. Okay, let me put the record in the jacket. And The two people watching this rather blurry stream right now. Now, this has got to be a weird little cork there. It's Jose Feliciano's Christmas album, but for some reason, it's actually a self-titled Christmas album. Apparently, he did not believe in just calling it a Christmas record. But, yeah, apart from that, this is the album where the well-known Christmas song Feliz Navidad came from, originally. It's from 1970. And notice that there's no Dynagroove reference on the back. This was when RC was about to be done with it once and for all. And did you hear that wobble? They went from, that's no accident. They went from Dynagroove to Dynaflex, which causes that particular sound effect. Which I'm gonna, and no, I'm not inclined to make that particular sound effect for you again in this video or stream. But and yeah, they don't call these things Dyna Warp for nothing. These had a thing for warping very easily, even though the sleeve for early Dynaflex LPs said otherwise. These had a reputation for warping, especially if they've been factory sealed for quite a number of years. These Dynaflex LPs, that is. And they completely disposed of that by 1970, by the mid to late 70s. Just went to doing them regularly. But this was, but if it helped them through the vinyl shortage, then I believe it performed its function well. But if this was designed to help them through the to prepare them for the eventual vinyl shortage when the oil crisis. If this was designed to prepare them for the eventual oil shortage, when there weren't a lot of ways to make a vinyl record, where there for a while weren't many options for preparing a vinyl record, then I believe it performed its function well. This is from 1970. And anyway, this next album is Henry Mancini plays the theme from Love Story. He was one of many artists to play the theme from Love Story back in 1971, when that was a popular movie. It's got a text up there. The RCA record you are holding is a Dynaflex record. It is thinner than any other record you have ever owned. It is also superior in many ways to any other record you have ever owned. It is freer of imperfections, ticks, pops, and blisters. It is much less susceptible to warpage, and its life will be far more conventional. Its life will be far longer than conventional records. It is the record of tomorrow, yours today. Yeah, I think a lot of people, even at RCA, I presume, call BS on that. which is probably why it didn't carry it with him through the end. It didn't see the day, which is probably why Dynaflex did not see RCA out in the 70s. And they were making a number of aqueducts. Like they tried to buy other companies that had nothing to do with technology. And they were also investing in CED, which, when it finally got to the market in 1981, was immediately obsolete for a number of reasons, and pretty much did RCA in. And the failure of that format up against Laserdisc, VHS, Beta, did RCA in as a full-blown company. And then they were bought out by General Electric and sold piecemeal. Yes, and each part of it was sold off piecemeal. Like the record division, for instance, went to BMG, and it eventually ended up in the hands of Sony, alongside Columbia, where it became a sister label of what for many years was its rival, Columbia Records. Anyway, here's a nice little album that I have, in which I wish I had more than 2 albums by this guy, because he was a great 70s RCA artist, John Denver, man. And another early release with the Dynaflex process. It's in excellent condition and features the song that almost no one plays anymore. The big hits off this album were Take Me On Country Roads and Sunshine on My Shoulders, of course. And this comes in a plain little sleeve. Plain little see-through sleeve. Or say it stopped doing their own sleeves by that point. Oh, this one doesn't have as pronounced a warpage problem. A problem with warping as other Dynaflex LPs did. I'm guessing they took the day off from Dynaflex one day. Now, the jacket I have for this last album I have in their LSP series, Living Stereo Popular, is been completely obliterated, and so I'm just reduced to it having in the sleeve for promoting Hawking Dynaflex, and the record inside is Stick It, one of the last records made by drummer Buddy Rich. This was released in 1972, but I believe this pressing is from between 1975 and 1976, because it has a tan RCA Victor label, and that was used on their popular album releases during that time, pop album releases. There you go. Has covers of the Beatles' Something, Paul McCartney's Uncle Albert, Albemarle Halsey, the classic Sesame Street tune, Being Green, which were the temporary songs on there. Also has a rendition of God Bless the Child, which, thanks to Diana Ross in the film Lady Sings the Blues, had become kind of popular again during the early 70s. I have a couple of Red Seal albums next. This is Beethoven Appassionata and Pathetique Sonatas from Artur Rubinstein. This album is from 1955, I think. Maybe 55, maybe 56. Doesn't really matter. And we have a promo in there. Add to your great library of great music. These recent recordings brilliantly performed by 8 of the world's greatest artists. So we have Wanda Ladowska over there, Giorgio Tozzi, Arthur Fiedler, who was on another long timer at RCA. Been there until 1970. Gregor Piatiakorsky, Robert Shaw, yet another long timer at RCA. Charles Munch, Joshua Heifetz, Fritz Reiner. And there we go. Neuro orthophonic high fidelity sound. The world's greatest artists on RCA Victor Records. Though some of them aren't. Except when they're on other labels, apparently. The world's greatest artists are on RCA Victor Records. Except when they're not on RCA Victor Records. Anyway, they have a nice red label back in those days. And this album is in great condition. Back in those days, it had a nice little red label, dark red label, with the same graphics as their pop albums, but just with the word Red Seal on them. Okay, and another RCA Victor Red Seal, this time with a known copyright date. This is from 1956. Horowitz, Beethoven, Moonlight, and Waldstein Sonatas. From Vladimir Horowitz, pianist. Now, what I like about these classical albums is that they tell you about the composer. They're not so much concerned with the performer as they are with the piece that the performer is playing. Which is kind of interesting. I don't find a lot of classical albums compared to people in other parts of the country, but I sometimes pick them up when I see them. Unlike other people, I don't traditionally find classical albums in the thrift store, but I pick them up whenever I see them. Well, sometimes if I'm in the mood to pick up a classical record, I pop right down to the thrift store and pick it up. If they're available, and oftentimes they're not available. Press. Comes in orange, yellow sort of sleeve, plastic sleeve. Okay, and now I have 3 or so albums. Well, one regular album in the Allison's series. Sure, I hope I get it out soon. May not be in here. I may have put it somewhere else. Oh, there it is. Never mind. These are albums I have on RCA. It's LOC/LSO series. LOC standing for Living Original Cast, probably, and LSO meaning Living Stereo Original. some reason they found no room for the C on most of these. These are original cast soundtrack albums that are on RCA, most of which were confined to this series, except for Henry Mancini albums, which are part of the regular LSP series. And for Henry Mancini's soundtracks, which were in the regular series. So I have a copy of one of them and 3 copies of the other album in the LSO series. And I'm here to show them to you. First of them is Ethel Merman in the Music Theater of Lincoln Center recording of Annie Get Your Gun. Co-starring Bruce Yarnell, Benigni Venuta, and Jerry Orbach, who went on to do an interesting bit of double duty in the 90s. He was, I think, the candle holder in Disney's Beauty and the Beast, and he was also Detective Lenny Briscoe in Law and Order. And he was a very big Broadway star for many years. He died in 2004, I believe. And the show had a way of dedicating things in his memory. He died while he was still part of the cast of Law and Order, I believe. And I believe Ethel Merman was in the role that was later that is more familiar to you. Now, most people know the role of Ethel Annie Oakley these days via performances by the likes of Bernadette Peters and Reba McEntire. But it was Ethel Merman who played it for a very long time. Playing on almost every cast album of Annie Get Your Gun made in the U.S. during her lifetime, including this one. This is a badly beat up copy of it, which I presume is from after BMG bought out RCA and closed down all its pressing plants. Because it's got a different sort of feel in the vinyl. Got a different sort of pressing style to their both the original pressing and to the 70s pressings. '70s and early to mid 80s pressings. So this must have been in their catalog for a very long time. It was not often promoted there, but it's apparently pressed quite a few copies of it over the years. Quite a lot of copies of that one over the years. This being one of them. One of the later ones. Very late reprint from some 25 years, I think, after the album came out. Here's one of 3 copies I have of the Hair Broadway cast album, the American Tribal Love Rock Musical. This was the quintessential rock album, musical of the 60s. And this is the original Broadway cast recording of it. I have 3 copies of it. This is the American one. Recorded in Studio B in New York City, which must have been a lively one for Broadway cast recordings back then. Under engineer Mike Moran. All the songs in this album have been recorded complete and unexpurgated as they are performed on the Broadway stage. This is the definitive rock music. Quintessential musical record of the hippie movement. Quite a bit of its spirit is in us today. It's got liner notes by Nat Shapiro. Here's a photo of its composers, Jerome Ragney, Gail McDermott, and James Rado. Okay, I'll take this one out. It's got a nice little sampling their other albums. I already have the Kate Smith one. I showed it to you earlier. Solid Gold 68 from Chet Atkins. Charlie Pride. Waylon Jennings. Speaker of the House, Jimmy Dean. Lane Anderson, who I believe from the time when she was on the Lawrence Welk show as a member of Welk's musical family, and before she had, and then she left, and then she started working on her own terms, and then got a big hit with Rose Garden in 1971, I believe it was, but for Columbia, not RCA or Char, which this album appears to be on. Those Indios talk about Jadas in a sentimental mood. I think that is. Again, that tune on the Connie Smith album is, I'm presuming, not about the Peanuts character of Charlie Brown, whose name is spelled differently. Good Vibrations from Hugo Montenegro. Illustrated Stereo 8 catalog and best of Sam Cooke. There. Barley Cast recording Feather on the Roof. And there's also Oliver. And an album this time for the vinyl of the soundtrack of Head, which again has to be one of the most surreal movies I've ever heard of. One of the strangest movies I ever heard of. Ed Ames tonight. Ed Ames with Who Will Answer. The Best of Floyd Kramer, Volume 2. Look to Your Heart from Party Como. Best of Eddie Arnold again. Crown of Creation from the Jefferson Airplane. Sold, Jose Feliciano. John Hartford with his own version of Gentle on My Mind, which had been a big hit for Glenn Campbell in 1967 on Capitol. Where Is Love, Jack Jones. Big Lion Band of Harry Mancini. Go to the Bad and the Ugly. And another of Stephen Eady attempting a concept album. And complete RCA catalog there. Now this one has a huge scrape in the middle of side one. I believe I accidentally generated that scratch when I went to get this down from the wall after I got a new phono. So I had to buy other copies of it just to make up for that. There were a lot of songs from this great musical that became hits for other artists. Like, there was, for example, Aquarius and Let the Sunshine In as a medley became, I don't know if Let the Sunshine In is, though oddly enough, I don't see Let the Sunshine. Well, it is, oh, there it is. It's listed under the Flesh Failures. Aquarius and Let the Sunshine In, but as a medley, was a hit for The Fifth Dimension, but as a medley, not as separate songs. There are separate songs in the musical. Here, I think, was a hit for the Cowsills. And Where Do I Go, I believe, was a minor hit for either a minor hit for some artist on staff, who I forget the name of. I'll have to look her up again. And then Easy to Be Hard, which was a hit for Three Dog Night. And Good Morning Starshine also became a hit for Oliver. One of the two hits scored by one Oliver Swafford, who is from North Carolina, and he's a owner, but sung with a British accent. And he died in, he's from the South, but he sung with a British accent. His other big hit was Gene, and he died in 2000. So there were a lot of hits off this album. Here's a German copy of this album. Now they had to go. Now this one is interesting because it actually translated the text, the original Broadway cast recording, into German, and in a completely unfitting font, in a completely unrelated font, in a completely different font. Apparently, they couldn't afford the font that was on the rest of the album cover for some reason. Telefunken Decca couldn't anyway. It has the same cover laid out as on the US US LP. Okay, so let's take out the record, and I'll show it to you. This one is pressed on very thick vinyl, and vinyl stock is very nice and thick. Oddly enough, this is the only one of the 3 copies I have of this album that doesn't actually list the songs that are in the musical in the track listing. That doesn't have a track listing on it. Instead, it just lists the individual cast members of the musical, among whom were Ronald Dyson, who later became an R&B hitmaker, Melba Moore and Company, and then it gives you the names of all the performers on the back. And it gives you the names of the individual performers on the back. One of whom is Diane Keaton, who became one of the biggest stars in Hollywood eventually. Where went on to become a very big Hollywood star and is still active in Hollywood as of this running. As of this stream. Melba Moore. Mary Davis. With an orchestra directed by Gail McDermott. And Melba Moore, let's look her up. Is the artist who later went on to do a lot of other Broadway stuff, other big Broadway things, and let's see here. She had a number 17 hit on the She had a big hit on the R&B. Had 3 big hits on the R&B charts, but never a top 40 pop hit. She never had a top 40 pop hit, but she had quite a few big hits on other. And she had a number 17 hit on the R&B side, and a number 5 hit on the disco side, with a cover of the Bee Gees' "You Stepped Into My Life" back in 1978. And she also hit number 9 in the UK with the song "This Is It," the tune composed by Van McCoy, and not to be confused with the later Kenny Loggins solo hits. Yeah, I just want to show you. Oh, if I can ever get this back in the sleeve. I try I can sometime this year. Oh. Oh. There we go. Oh, there. Finally, we got it back in. I got it back in, and I'll show it to you. This font right here, the German translation of the original Broadway cast recording there, doesn't line up at all with the font there. Font is completely mismatched on each end. Complete mismatch of fonts there. All right, the third copy of the LP of Hair that I have is from, again, what I like to call now the land of Bluey, Australia. I have an Australian copy of Hair in my hands. And look the way RCA, and yeah, this was the first Aussie LP I ever bought. I bought it back in 2016, early 2016. And this has a nice little set of bumps there, black lines there. It's a flip back. This doesn't have any pictures of the composers on the back. It does have a nice little Dynagroove logo there. And says this at the bottom, which, in case it's blurred up, I'll read it for you. I hope you can read that. Well, some of it appears to be blurred up. Let me read it. Well, some of it appears to be blurred up. Let me read it for you, for those who notice that it got blurred up. It's so that it's unreadable. It says, manufactured by RCA of Australia, Pty Limited, Sydney, Australia. From Master Recordings, owner controlled by Radio Corporation of America, trademark owner. Trademark SR. Registered Marcas Registradas. All rights reserved. Copying, public performance, broadcasting of this record forbidden. And here's the actual record itself. It's very thick in there. And notice that it doesn't have a mention of Dynagroove at all on the LP itself. Aussie RCA LP. One or two are Aussie RCAs that are in my collection. We have the original Master Recordings of RCA, so there's the side 1 and that's side 2. This was back when they had individual publishing logos on Aussie LPs, so this was published by Toucan Music. Logos and symbols for the various publishers were common on Aussie LPs up until I think 1968 or 69, depending on the label. And I also think it's interesting that you can practically stick a nail. There's a nice little space there where you could stick your nail in it if you would. I only one attempt to try there. Here, you can stick a fingernail in it. So yeah, you can stick a fingernail in this one. That's how deep the circle in that is. You definitely stick your nail in that one. Wouldn't recommend you try it though, but you could. I'm not sure I would recommend it per se, but it's got a nice little space there where you could try. Stick your nail in it if you would, if you could. One or two. The next album is a two-record set in the short-lived VPS series. This is Floyd Kramer. This is a German copy thereof. If I'll just show you the spine for it. And you know it's a German album because it's got a little black box at the bottom with the catalog number, which all of RCA's German LPs did back then. Here's the back of it. I think it's starting to improve. Video quality wise, the video of the stream or not. There's some lovely quotes endorsing him on the back from. Let me see if I can pull this up to the light so you can read them. There we go. Some quotes from Robert Hilburn of the Los Angeles Times, Jerry Morgan of the Miami Herald in Miami, Florida, and Chris Mannetz of Entertainment World in Hollywood, California, and Cincinnati Post writes, any tune should be lucky to be played by Floyd Kramer. And Telefunken Deck printing, which is how you know it's a German RCA LP from prior to 77, when RCA formed its own German office. And I'll show you both of the records. Record number 1. It's all intended to be mixtures of songs that were covers of popular songs of the day and some countries and renditions of songs that are suited the country field. Okay, here's the second record with the man and the woman. And it was formerly the property of one Alan J. Lagragola. I think that is. It's double LP set anyway. Okay, and here's really big. Oh boy, this is one hell of an album, although I'm not sure how much of it translates into the oral form. This predates home video, by the way. This is The Age of Television. A chronicle of the first 25 years on a 12-inch LP record and a 32-page book on RCA stereo. This, I think, was bundled with a television set. It says Milton Berle and Hugh Downs with Arlene Francis. I think I'll show you the spine. Just has the title of the album there. And the calendar number is LL1, I think. So. It's Got RCA TV Silver Anniversary 25. Okay, now I'll open up the jacket and I'll show it to you. This one has a vintage ad for Eyewitness Television. On there, and a little boy there watching on, I presume, an RCA TV, the moon landing. Paul. And a mock TV guide thing there. Presumably referencing New York, with a guide to all the tracks on it. Leslie production in association with NBC Enterprises, which was owned by RCA back then. And 4 and 20 were the channels for NBC in the New York TV guide listings back then. So we got a mock TV guide listing there. And nothing on the back. Now here's the 32-page book. We have an early test pattern for WNBT in New York. Of course, you all know that as WNBC. Upland Cassidy. Barry Truman there. Burl. Superman. Groucho Marx. Ernie Kovacs, who had more lost media than any other comedian of early 50s television. Amal and the Night Visitors. Mr. Cook. Howdy Doody. What's my line? Queen Elizabeth II, God rest her soul, and President Eisenhower. Show of shows. Dave Garroway. I remember dialed spell backwards ish. And Edward R. Murrow. Huntley and Brinkley, who were staples of NBC's news division for years. Mary Martin. Alfred Hitchcock. Queen for a Day. Presidential debates. Mitch Miller and the Gang, which included a young Bob McGrath, who later became known for his, for playing to the world, at least, to kids the world over as Bob from Sesame Street. Kids the world over, as long as you were carrying anything he was in as part of their Sesame Street co-productions. Any segment he was a part of, that is. Del Castro there. Ah, yes. The sad tragedy, John F. Kennedy's death. Television makes eyewitnesses of us all. Ain't that the truth? And so does the internet these days. Bonanza and color. The Beatles and Ed Sullivan there. And Rowan and Martin. NFL game coverage. I think the camera was upside down there. I believe that's a Norelco PC70 there. Flip Wilson. I saw an unsung. I saw him on an unsung Hollywood special. Tell him only boy is here. Elvis Speedway. All in the Family. I once named that one my favorite show, even though I didn't watch a lot of it. I should try at some point to see if it really is my favorite show or not. See if it lived up to my frequent saying that it's my favorite show. Johnny Carson and Bob Hope, together at last. And your little thing there. A little thing there. I think this audio recording is the only thing that survived of this particular special, assuming that, assuming there isn't any video of it, assuming it aired at all. And this is, I think, the biggest example of Dynawarp I got on any RCA album in the early 70s, from the early 70s, and it's not even marked as Dynawarp, as Dynaflex rather. It doesn't even have the Dynaflex logo on it, and it's got quite a bit of warpage. It already feels like it already feels pretty warped. You hear that? That's the loosest, I think, set of vinyl compounds I've heard I've known in any early 70s RCA record. And it's not even a Dynaflex labeled one. It doesn't even have the Dynaflex logo on it at all. Doesn't make mention of Dynaflex anywhere. But it was pressed with the similar process, and you could definitely hear it. And I suppose you're getting tired of that sound effect. You can constantly hear the video, so I'm going to stop making it there. Okay, now on to the thing that must have been particularly exciting for those who were researching for DSM Pobs guys to do when they were starting to do the RCA, when they did the RCA, finally got around to doing RCA back in 2018. That was the Consolidated series that RCA launched in 1973, I believe. And it was just titles and from 1973 all the way up until 1986. And I'm trying to number these in the correct order. Hold on a minute while I do so. Okay, I think I'll start off with the earliest one I've come across to date in this RCA Consolidated series. I have no other label in it except for RCA, which is interesting. John Denver's Back Home Again. Great LP that he did in 1974. There we go. And this was back when it was customary for almost every record company in the U.S. to start including a set of little numbers which denoted how much an album cost. Like this has 0698 there, so it probably cost $6.98 back then. And we have in here the list of credits inside. This is back when RCA was starting to produce outside of its own, when some of RCA's artists were going outside of its own studios to produce their albums. This one has a track recorded outside of their Hollywood one, for example. Most of their tracks were done in the Hollywood studio. They also had studios in New York, and obviously they had one in Nashville. They were a big enough country label for Nashville. And their most well-known studio, and obviously our most well-known studios were in Nashville. And the Nashville studios had quite a number of artists recording back in those days. This one's on a not too terribly pronounced Dynaflex, and it's in very good condition. Now, in addition to Back Home Again, the other hits on there were Thank God I'm a Country Boy, and Any Song, You Fill Up My Senses. These were big pop hits in '74, all from this very album. I'm gonna put it back in here. Comes with the original sleeve and everything. There we go. I got it back on the shelf. Alright, next album. Unfortunately, it's come apart quite a bit, but it's way, and the record I'm suspecting has had it as well. Almost had it. And this one is from 1976. So it's been in there for quite a long time, obviously, and it obviously was impacted severely by the flood. I mean, a lot of our records were severely impacted. Records in our house were severely impacted by the flood that we had back in 2003. This was one of them, one of the more severely affected. Here's Woody Herman's the new Thunder and Herd, the 40th anniversary Carnegie Hall. Recorded live November 20th, 1976. Yeah, we in Arizona have anyway, here's this album was released in 1976, and this is a British release on RCA. This one is from RCA Limited Record Division, RCA House, Curzon Street, London. And I hope you got a good lisp. I hope you don't got strong enough lips, because you'll be having a hard time reading that otherwise. If you've got a lisp, you probably are going to have a lot of trouble reading that. Anyway, this has a thing at the bottom. Stereo records are give full stereo reproduction when playing on a stereo record player. It can be played on most modern record players fitted with a lightweight tone arm and pickup head, and the sound reproduction will be monaural. If you have doubts, wish to avoid damaging your equipment or records, consult your dealer. Thank you, Robert Stace, whoever you are, for printing the jacket for this one. And it's got a lot of lengthy liner notes, which I'm not inclined to read any of for you right now. They were written by Leonard Feather, who is the author of the Encyclopedia of Jazz in the 70s, are published by some company called Horizon Press. Here it is. That's one of the records. Calling on to the orange label. The UK RCA's calling on to the orange RCA label before. Longer than the US did. US is supposed to be in 1975. The UK kept going on with it until 1979, when they switched to the black label. A black version of the same label. RCA permanent England. Okay, now. Let's put the two in here. And, this is a video series I've been meaning to do for a very long time, but never got around to until now. What I'm doing it live in front of the camera, because it's a bit easier to do it that way. Wait, I forgot an album for that shelf. I'll get to it. I forgot an album before the consolidated series. But I'll get to it. Here's a... the next one that I have is the Best of Charley Pride Volume 3, which has Mississippi, Conan Pickin' Delta Town on it. I played a bit of the first few seconds of that, largely to get back at an extremely racist guy I found on Right Wing Watch. Largely to get back at a guy who was caught on Right Wing Watch talking about CMT awards in this incredibly racist manner, which racist and ignorant manner, given that well, I'll look it up again later, but damn. Recorded at RCA's Nashville Sound Studios. Visit the Country Music Hall of Fame, Nashville, Tennessee. And I have a reason to believe that this was evidently pressed by a different company than RCA. I think it's got the I stamped somewhere, but it doesn't look like anything RCA pressed in the 70s. My copy doesn't, anyway, of this LP. Look like anything else RCA pressed in the released in the 70s as far as LPs. It's got a longer diameter ring there, and their diameter rings at the time were usually about this long. This one's got a diameter ring that's that long. So I believe another company pressed this on behalf of RCA. Because, again, it doesn't look like anything they pressed back in the 70s. Or were their pressing plants on strike at some point? And did they have to, or did they have to go to other pressing plants for this record because there was a strike going on in the plant? I don't know. But it's still got the I stamp there, which it means the I was stood for. The I stood for in the dead wax of RCA albums. The I's there are letters that indicated the pressing plant where the record came from. So I stood for Indianapolis. H stood for Hollywood, and R stood for Rockaway, New Jersey. And I have no idea. And again, since this doesn't look like anything else RCA pressed in the 70s, in much of the 70s, I have a feeling that either RCA went to some other pressing plant to press this LP, or they used different equipment than they were used to using for a little while. Here's anyway. Anyway, the next album is another RCA Red Seal. This time it's in the same series. They use the same series for their pop stuff, their Camden stuff, their special records product stuff, and for labels they distributed. This is a Red Seal series. Piatigorsky and Rubinstein, Brahms. Sonatas for cello and piano. E minor, Opus 38. F major, Opus 99. And spine. Assuming you get that. Assuming you get the spine there. Here it is, the spine of that one. I'm assuming this was from after those. Oh yeah, it's still got one of those little numbers on the spine, I think. This one retail for $7.98. So yeah, if you're gonna buy record albums from the 70s, you better look at the spines because they, especially American albums, if you're just going to buy U.S. albums that were released in the 70s, you better look at the spine because they'll tell you how much the record originally cost. For some reason, during the era of inflation, the record companies had a thing for typing in little numbers at the end of the spine for their vinyl product, which tell you how much an album cost. So this retailed for $7.98 back then. This is from 1977. And looks a little like the PBS logo. Looks a little, but not quite, like the PBS logo in reverse. Doesn't it? And speaking of which, this is the sort of thing you would see on PBS when they weren't playing, Sesame Street or Mr. Rogers back in the 70s, or even Zoom. Anyway, here's side 1 and side 2. It's got a nice little RCA sleeve here with Nipper the Dog, which they revived on their US and Canadian LPs in 1976 after about 8 years of retirement. Had been retired for 8 years at that time. Been missing their albums for 8 years. Up until then. Okay. And I'm going now to. But oddly enough, I haven't seen Nipper on any of RCA's recent releases. They may have retired at some point. Here's old Waylon. Where is Nipper? I don't need the money, but I'll take it. Where's Raymond? Way more. My Grammy don't work. Willie was here first. Willie who? Nice little graffiti artwork on there. Austin, Texas is 80 miles from Luckenbach. Good to know. And this is the record with, of course, speaking of Luckenbach, this is the record with Luckenbach, Texas, Back to the Basics of Love on it. It's from 1977. This is the only one of Waylon's studio albums I personally bought with my own money thus far. And it just comes in a plain little sleeve with the see-through label there. It's in excellent condition, which is more than I can say for the other Waylon vinyls I have. It's got a medley of Elvis hits on there. So was this released after? So this may have been a tribute. So possibly in tribute to Elvis, who I think died either before or after the album was released, but definitely died in 1977. Yes, but he definitely died in 1970 when Elvis did. But Elvis definitely died in 77. And most of the time, when you encounter Impressionists, they remind you of that particular fact inadvertently. Some of the Elvis impersonators that I've seen videos of have a way of reminding people of the fact that he died in 1977 inadvertently. With the way they handle their signings, the Elvis signing thing. But yeah, there are some people who believe Elvis is still alive. Sometimes they're impersonators convince some of his impersonators have a way of convincing you of that. Others don't. You gotta pay attention to one every time you see one of those, I suppose. Anyway, the next album, which I just dug out, Ain't Misbehavin', the new Fats Waller musical show. This is the soundtrack of a biopic of a Broadway biopic of legendary Fats Waller, starring Nell Carter, who later went on to star in the NBC sitcom Give Me a Break, where the voice actress Laura Jill Miller got her start. And this is from 1978 on RCA. I would presume. I'm looking at the jacket. Oh, it's down there. Yeah, it was released in 1978. I have the camera upside down again. Let me see. There you go. There you go. And you're right. This is from 1978. On RCA Red Seal, which released a lot of Broadway cast albums as well. Quite a few Broadway cast albums, actually. Recorded June 8th, 12th, and June 8th, 12th, and 15th of 1978. So the last session date of this album is the day before the movie Grease came out. That's interesting. Final session date for this Broadway cast album of Ain't Misbehavin'. was the day before the movie Grease came out in the U.S. and Canada. That's awesome to hear, to read. That's an awesome bit of info there. For me, anyway. Well, to me, it's an awesome bit of info. And there's the other side of that. That second record comes in the sleeve that I presume was being up in shipment, because the record itself is in fine playing. The records themselves are in fine playing condition. Don't let the sleeves fool you. The records are in excellent condition. Records inside are in great condition. You barely have any scratches on them at all. I don't think. Now here's a Red Seal digital recording on RCA. This is the world premiere recording for solo piano of Stravinsky's The Rite of Spring, played by pianist Dikran Atamian. There's the back of it. And, ooh! He did some specials for PBS! I'm going to check the American Archive of Public Broadcasting to see if it has them. That sounds interesting. Maybe I can find the PBS maybe I can find that little 1971 PBS logo on one of those tapes of the PBS specials he did. Anyway, this is from 1980 on RCA Red Seal again. And it's in pretty... I think my mom had this for a pretty long time, but the record itself is has not been adversely affected by the flood as others from this time frame that my mom had that were on RCA. So here's side one, and here's side two. Anyway, and this has a little card inside there. From Philip Ramy. Who talks a little bit about the thing there. And this one also has a little to the horn about these digital RCA recordings. And for other ones, which were by Eugene Ormandy, Eduardo Montan, and the Dallas Symphony Orchestra, and Stravinsky's Small Rites for Two Orchestra, from Two Suites for Small Orchestra from James Levine, Eugene Ormandy, Emmanuel Ax, Edward Monta, the Philadelphia Orchestra, and the Dallas Symphony Orchestra. Okay, I'll put this little card back in there. It's a little ripped on one side of it, but still readable and legible to my eyes. But thankfully not in a manner to affect my reading ability of it. Okay. Next one. And it's Waylon. Are you ready for the country? From 1976. it's I presume one of the last go rounds with the this time we're producing on thicker vinyl than Dynaflex, but not thick enough for that sound effect to go away when you shake one of them. This is a 1980 reprint, 1980 era reprint of an album that was originally released in 1976. Here's the little B-side of that one. And if it'll focus. There you go. And here's one from after the vinyl finally became thick enough to where that sound effect virtually disappeared from RCA Pressings, and you can easily buy one without worrying if it'll be warped again. Thank God. Or you will be warped again. Well, that'll leave some collectors anyway. The vinyl. Anyway, this is another Best Buy reprint of an earlier album. This one is a 1981, I think, reprint of Floyd Kramer's Piano Masterpieces, 1900 and 1975. Okay, and here's the spine, which is semi-legible. There's the back of it. If that's the new number. There's the old number is down there. I bought this thinking I was going to get a Canadian copy of the original pressing, but I ended up getting this reprint instead. But it's not too bad, I would suspect. They did a good job of the album contents are the same as the original release, at the very least. And it's got a lengthy list of liner notes written by one Brian McEwen in Nashville. So I think this was one of the last major albums to have liner notes at all. One of the last major label albums to have liner notes at all. Record is in good shape. Don't let that sleeve fool you. The record itself is in good shape. I'm trying to get it to focus there. It seems the focus seems uncooperative on these live streams, doesn't it? You have to do. Sometimes I wonder if I don't have to do a little rain dance to try and make the focus work on my thing. Okay, and what's the next record? I'm going to show here. Okay, the next record. And I hope to get more of their albums because I love this group. Hall & Oates with their album H2O. So here they are on there. This is a great album. I wish I had more of theirs. It's from 1982. Go Solo, Delayed Reaction, Family Man, Art of Heartbreak, Kind Praise, Open All Night, Guessing Games, Attention, Italian Girls, One on One, and Man Eater are the tracks on this album. I read them in reverse order, I think. This actually has publishing credits that are marked with the little bullet holes. And from 1982. It says RE there. This may either be, but I think this is the original pressing. Some pressings have, because number and UPC code are not changed from the original. Anyway, not changed substantially enough for the original, so I can tell them apart. This one has a custom label. Now, and it's got a color scheme that might and the colors are in a scheme that might unintentionally remind one of Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. I actually did an LP video where I think I affectionately called it Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles spinning in there. This was on all pressings worldwide for the most part. It was produced by Daryl and John Oates, co-produced by Neil, who was it? Neil Curtin, with the Mix My Human. It's in great condition. And it's in great condition. It actually comes in. I showed you a video once on Instagram where I showed you, and Twitter, where I showed you that the record actually came out from the top of the case rather than the side, which was a bit of a surprise for me. But a pleasant one. Pleasant enough one for me. From my listening experience of it at all. And if it seems like I'm having to put some of the records back on the shelf, it's because before I show them, it's because there are some records for which I just have the sleeve, and which I don't have the record inside for, which I don't have the record inside because I either lost the original record or don't know where the hell it is, or probably threw it out. And that was what I did with that jacket for one of the albums, Waylon and Willie WWII, World War II, WW2. That one just have the jacket for. I used to have the record for it, but it was badly cracked, so I had to throw it out. And I will buy. I'm gonna try to buy another copy of that one at some point to see how well I got along with. To see if I'm partly for my mom's sake, because I would really think she would want it back in my own collection. But anyway, I think I would also like to buy a new copy of this one as well. This is La Cage aux Folles, the Broadway musical. And it's based on the movie with from this one was done by Alan Carr, worked on Saturday Night Fever in Greece. Stars George Hearn, Gene Barry. Book by Harvey Fierstein, who's been a Broadway staple for a number of years. It's a Red Seal digital recording. Now, you're going to find out why I'm going to have to buy a new copy of this one soon. This is from 1983, I believe. And here we go. Anyway, I'll show you. First, I'm going to show you the case itself. apparently was done on one day at RCA Studio A. This was the one day was that this was done on was August 4th, 1983. A cutoff opened August 21st, 1983 at the Palace Theater in New York City. Alright, so this is why I have to buy a new copy of it. It's because the disc itself is in incredibly horrid condition. It's got a huge little scrape all around side 1 and some other scrapes up there. Huge little circular scrapes up and down side 1. And it's even worse on side 2, where you have a huge little white scrape of wall plaster in the middle of side 2. Actually, I think side 1 may be the worst damage of the sides of this one. So I'm going to have to buy a new copy of this LP. One that hopefully isn't damaged. It's a landmark LGBT musical. And yeah, a landmark LGBT play, film, and musical. And the song I Am What I Am came from it and was later a hit for Gloria Gaynor. I believe it was her last big hit. She had 3 big pop hits. That one, I Will Survive, and Never Can Say Goodbye. 5 years apart, I must add. So, anyway, the next one. Bill Mann, I Still Do. A specially priced mini LP. Those were a thing in the 80s. And this is from 1984. Has 3 tracks on each side, as a lot of mini LPs do. And this one has a little thing there. Someone wrote the title of the album and did some other little markings there, here and there, which is something. It's fairly good. 80s soft rock pop that he did in just 3 years before he did, I think, his biggest hit as a solo artist, which was the duet he did with Jennifer Lawrence on the song I Had the Time of My Life, from Vestron's one and only box office hit on their own, Dirty Dancing. There we go. Once again, focus not cooperating. Next one is a group that is, well, one of the DJs that my mom remembers announced them as coming from Scotland, but I did my research on it. A quick research of this group told me they are actually from Phoenix. Search I conducted after buying the album, I hasten to add. This is Mr. Mister, Welcome to the Real World. And this apparently means the cutout bins. Look at that big little blade cut there. The group had only 3 hits, all of them from this very album. They were, well, their 2 biggest hits off this album were on this album. They were Broken Wings and Curie. RZA definitely had a good in the early 80s with Hall & Oates, Eurythmics, this group, So between these guys, RCA definitely had it real good on the pop charts. Still hung there, even though the company itself was the parent company was suffering from all sorts of failed investments. Like they bid too much on Diana Ross and Kenny Rogers and weren't making it back. But they did have quite a bit of success in the 80s. They had not only did they have this group, and not only did they have Mr. Mister, but generally RCA had a fairly good in the 80s as far as hits. They hung in there on the charts. With Hall & Oates, Mr. Mister, Rick Springfield, what was, and some, so let's see, the Pointer Sisters on Planet, mainly, which was a label they distributed, mainly on Planet, which was a label they distributed, RCA, and had a pretty solid early 1980s on the record charting front, despite the parent company, despite the label having paid a bit too much for investments in Kenny Rogers and Diana Ross, and not merely making it back on those investments, and despite the fact that they managed to. And despite the fact that the corporate parent of RCA was heavily invested in marketing CEDs, which were on the market for 5 years, but never attained anything resembling, you know, household name status. But at least they had things like this, Eurythmics, Diana Ross. No, but at least RCA Records had things like this. But at least, even though the corporate parent of RCA never really recovered from the whole CED investment thing, they still scored on the record front with Mr. Mister and with Hall & Oates and with I think with and several other, and Rick Springfield and the Pointer Sisters. So they had a good set of successful artists, fairly good set of successful artists. They still hung in there in the last few years of RCA Records being owned by RCA before RCA completely broke apart. And this was in the last full year of RCA's operations under RCA Corporation, which was 1985, this album. And there's a... Now, oddly enough, the Curie track, I think someone must have liked playing it a lot. Is one that someone must have liked playing it a bit too much, because it's warped throughout the record. It's warped. It's warped throughout the record. It's warped. The Curie one is warped, unfortunately. It's got a lot of skips in it. Okay, here's an Australian RCA LP, the only other RCA LP I have. Girl Overboard with Paint a Picture. And this was this was released well after RCA had, folded into BMG. It's from 1990. As far as I know, this was not released in any other country except for Australia. As far as I know, this was released only in Australia. This didn't get released in any other country. And this is from 1990. Well, it's copyrighted in 89, but I'm pretty sure this was released in 1990, according to research that I did on this group. It's got a set of lyrics in there. Now, RCA had stopped pressing its records in Australia long before BMG bought out. They're just tended to alternate in pressings between CBS, ironically enough, their rival worldwide, big rival worldwide, and EMI. And the disc is in great shape, excellent condition, all around, for a record that I think was one of the last to come out on vinyl in Australia. Because I noticed they stopped releasing vinyl LPs. Vinyl LPs stopped being a thing in Australia in 1992. And there has not been a return to manufacturing vinyl in Australia. They didn't take advantage of... that country didn't take advantage of the vinyl revival of the last decade or two. It didn't open up a pressing plant or anything for vinyl. So if you're in Australia, if you want to order vinyl, new vinyl these days, you have to get it from either here in the States or from Europe. Because there's no pressing plant for vinyl open in Australia as of the time I'm doing the stream. Okay, so let's put the record back in the sleeve. I have to do it very carefully because this is a very late period vinyl LP, while the last piece from Land Down Under. So I have to be really, especially careful with this one because Australian media generally doesn't get very easy to find. It's usually expensive to find at all. So I have to be very careful with anything Aussie I get. In media terms. In media, that is. Okay, now I have some German albums on Ariola. Two of them are from a guy named 9J, who I believe was Dutch, if I'm not mistaken, and a child star in Germany ironically enough, the era of the Beatles. And so yeah, in the era of the Beatles and psychedelic rock and other things, this guy was a huge child star in Germany during the era of psychedelic rock and the hippie movement. And Ariola was, of course, the main label of Bertelsmann, who later went on to buy out RCA Records. So here's two sides. I read that he's pretty popular in China, the People's Republic of China. At one time, so assuming the xenophobe behind the, I hope the xenophobe Luigi S. Mariano, who made xenophobic comments under his Safety Owl House and Multiverse Media accounts, doesn't find out I've got this. Because he'll probably start spouting xenophobic comments in response. He'll respond to it by making a lot of xenophobic comments. Okay. And here's another one. And, hold on. Oh, damn it. There was, I believe, an American album. American. The only he got an American LPs. As far as vinyl was concerned, as far as anything was concerned, really, was on an MGM LP that was released in 1970 called Mama, where he sung in English. And that album didn't do too well back then. And the album, where he was successful, and even though he was successful in Germany and in the Netherlands, and I believe also Germany. So I believe he was. So even though he had quite a lot of clout in Germany and in the Netherlands, he just couldn't attain it. Mainly because that's the style of music, which is, and he did great in that style of music. But the style of music he represented was falling out, mainly because the style of music he did, and he was a great performer in that style, by the way. But the style of music he performed in was falling out of favor among U.S. record buyers back then. So, he didn't do terribly well in this country. So, that means that kind of he was doomed in this country. And it didn't matter how hard Mike Curb and MGM tried to promote him in the States, he just wasn't going to make it here. He was going to get buried in this era of, well, the Jackson 5 and on the other side of the coin was because we've been developing our own child stars, like the Jackson 5, most notably, and the Osmond. And he wasn't going to... And I don't think he was able to peek out of the shadow of those. And he got buried under the shadow of those here in this country. But, again, he was very big in Germany and in the Netherlands, just not here. Anyway, here's La Montanata. Does need a album containing songs about mountains. Oddly enough, none of them are about the Paramount Mountain. The Paramount Pictures Mountain. Or the mountain used in any of Paramount Pictures logos. Now, this doesn't have sleeves, and you think it would because it's German, and they usually take better care of their records than that. But this didn't come with sleeves, and so here's side 1, and that's side 2. DP. Or DP, and I'm assuming not to be confused with DB Cooper. Not to be confused with DB Cooper. I'm assuming record changers just weren't all that hot in Germany because these records are all numbered consecutively. And usually double LP sets of this era weren't. This, I believe, is from 1971. Here's Inval und der Heide. Some nature songs on Ariola. Hold on. There you go. I had a big interest in collecting German imports on vinyl back in when I started collecting vinyl on a regular basis. I don't know where that interest came from, or if I think it might continue at some point. I might want to revisit buying German vinyl again, because I kind of miss it. Trying to, I think I want to do it the right way this time. I want to also buy most American albums, German vinyls of American albums. The Germans did a great job of pressing records, and their vinyl was thick. Their vinyl was always thick over there. You can't even bend it. It was that thick. So the Europeans did a great job of pressing records. And so I believe the Japanese, from what I read, though I don't really have any Japanese LPs to speak of. And, well, there's the second record. Here's Willy Minowich with Schnaps das Vater Leises Wort. This is an album of German drinking songs in German, which is a bit redundant. A phrase, but yep, his album is there for people who like to get drunk a lot. This is an album made for the drunkards of Germany. People in Germany who like to drink a lot. Well, they have enough beer, plenty of beer to go around over there, from what I heard. So, sort of fitting. This is in mono. And so, and this is in mono. There's this thing there. Kirchen. I don't know. Alright, this was pressed in January 1978, if I'm to believe the data wax. Yep. They did print dates on their vinyl. Ariola did. From the 70s onward. Late 70s onward. And they included a nice little musical note. On one of the sides, although it's not near. Can't really. And this was from the start of their 200,000 series, which went on for years at a time in the Netherlands, in most of Europe actually, and where a lot of records are distributed there and on Chrysalis, Arista, and a bunch of other U.S. labels fell into in Europe. They fell into this numbering system in Europe back then. Oh, and speaking of Arista, I have one of their. Speaking of Arista, of whom Ariola became the corporate parent in 1980, I have one album there from outside the U.S. Milos Bad Attitude. Great album. This is from 1984. From a time when he was beginning to be far more successful in Europe than here in America. Something that would change later on. Decade. All right, here's the inside. This one is a custom label. Yep, I found a musical note there. And it has indeed the etched out music note on side 2. Yep, thick. Okay, I'm not going to try to bend these LPs anymore in this video. I'm just trying to do that to make a point. Alright, on Colpix. Now, this was the first of Columbia Pictures record companies. They had, I think, 4. They had this. They had Cold Gems, which was a joint venture with RCA. They had Bell. And finally, they had Arista. Spanning from 1958 to 1980, when they gave it all up to Ariola. And the Colpix album I have is the original soundtrack recording of a film that I'm going to see if this... I forget if it was on VHS or not. It may have also been on DVD. It's a very hard movie to find, but it's a movie called The Song Without End. The fabulous life, loves, and music of Franz Liszt. And this one is from 1960, I think. It's got and the movie's got Dirk Bogarde, Genevieve Page, and Capuchina. It's CinemaScope and Eastman Color. Well, I'll show you the record itself. Someone's got a bit of a deep groove there. Someone's got a small diameter hole, but it's not repeated again on side 2. Okay, and now I have to show you some of the Bell LPs I got. Actually, I'm gonna get so shout out and try to organize some of these because I have some of these out of order. Hold on. Okay, let's. Here's a Candida on Bell. This is the first album by the group Dawn, who later became known to you and I as Tony Orlando and Dawn. And this is from 1970, I believe. It's got that for heads, and it's also got Other hits, a hit there called Knock 3 Times. I don't have albums containing their best known hits, but I might get those eventually. I mean, there are other well-known hits, but I hope to get some eventually. Okay, here's the actual disc itself. BW, whatever that is. I believe that's Best Way, but this was actually not pressed by Best Way. This was a Columbia printing from Terre Haute. The BW at the end. It's supposed to stand for Best Way, but not all the Bell albums that had BW and the Matrix were pressed at Best Way, and this was a case in point. This came from Columbia in Terre Haute, or was it Terre Haute? Let me check the dead wax. Yeah, it was Terre Haute. It's a T there, so it's the Terre Haute pressing. Okay, here's a copy of the motion picture soundtrack for Godspell. This one featured the big religious rock hits Day by Day. And it was released in 1973. Let's go ahead and show you the record inside now. I believe this was pressed by the Philips Recording Corporation or Phonogram Recording Corporation, whatever that was, in Richmond, Indiana, based on the fonts. Bell's records came from all sorts of different plants. And for that matter, so did Aristos up until up until Arista got 50% of it sold to RCA in 1983. I need to go back. I want to go back on I was in the middle of doing their later albums, but it's such a messy road. And so far, I've not been able to. I was in the middle of doing the later Arista albums part of the Arista discography one day, the later albums part with numbers in the 82876 series. But it's such a messy road to navigate because there are so many albums. There are so many numbers assigned to the same album in different countries. You know. And it's. I want to. Yeah, it's. That's why I haven't been putting it. That's why I haven't put it out yet. It's because I'm trying to figure out how to properly navigate that messy period in the numbering system, the barcode numbering systems that were used by Arista starting in 2003. It's tough on my sensibilities, and it's a bit time consuming. And it's really, confusing, at least in my eyes, because I'm just in there plowing through Discogs, looking for Arista, and I'm sure, I'm just getting confused, and in between that, not only that, but the 82876,000 have both albums and singles, and I'm trying to show albums only in that discography, and it's a lot of hard work, and obviously it's going to take a very long time for me to get it all done. I hope to get it on by the end of the decade, to be sure, But at least I'm not gonna guilt trip you with release dates that don't come into fruition. Unlike a certain guy who's behind the Rippaverse comic. At least I'm trying not to do that. At the very least, I'm trying not to do that. Because among other things, I haven't even announced a release date for the discography of Arista Records I'm doing. I was thinking about doing it in 2021, but Fate had other plans. But, Fate and life and just general working the general time-consuming process of trying to separate the albums from the singles in the 82876 and other UPC numbering systems Arista used is time-consuming. I'm sure you've already gotten the point. And now that I'm sure you've gotten the point, let's move on. I have 2 Bell albums from West Germany. Both distributed by Phonogram. Polygram. The Polydor end of the Polygram equation. As you can tell, because the numbering starts at number 2, where Phonogram albums for the Phonogram equation usually have 6 as the first number. Anyway, this is David Cassidy, the teen idol from the early 70s with Cherish. Okay. That's from 72. I would suspect. Both of these are from 72. I think they've been distributed by CBS in Germany prior to 1971 or 72. Made in Germany. West Germany. That is. It's in great shape. And thick again. Thick vinyl again. Ultra thick vinyl. And from Germany, so it's on some very ultra thick vinyl, and it sounds good. Really good. It has a great audio quality. Here's Fifth Dimension's greatest hits and more. On Earth, rather. Another German Bell release. Again from 72. And now, I'll show you. It's just about the same as the previous one, just with different graphics on it. Production and sound by Bones Howe, who I think later went on to work with Tom Waits. Okay, and now onto the Arista albums themselves. I have about 5 from the U.S., from North America, from this I have 5, I think, from this continent, and 1 from the U.K. So I don't have many. Which is fairly ironic, because I've been on and off working on a project for the Arista discography for years. This is from 1975. And I've been tinkering on and off, tinkering around, playing with what fits and what doesn't. And I'm hoping that I will get it done by the end of the decade. I cannot make any promises though. And it's got the. I like how he does drawings of all his tracks. That's impressive. He must be a gifted artist. Anthony Braxton. All the Wait, I think I have 6 LPs, but I'll figure out where the one I'm missing is eventually. Here's the next one. Barry Manilow, One Voice. Barry Manilow was one of the long runners on Arista, as some of you may know. There's actually a Canadian copy. In fact, when it was distributed by Capitol Records EMI of Canada, which it was until 1982 when it switched to Polygram for Canadian copies. And I think it went to RCA for pressings in 1984 or 5. I'll have to look at my own notes that I'm making along the way to doing my discography again. Now, unfortunately, this LP, it's still playable, but it's got a bit of a crack in it. But thankfully, it's not too terribly pronounced. It's not so pronounced that the album is subsequently unplayable. This is from 1979, so probably one of the last releases on Arista from when Columbia owned it. Or is it one of the first from after Burleson bought it out? Ariola bought it out. The big hit off the record was Ships. Yeah, other big hits in the 70s, late 70s, mid to late 70s. Here's an album from Melissa Manchester for the Working Girl. Yeah, I had to cover my hand there. She's topless. That artist is topless on this album, I think. Or no, she isn't topless. Never mind. I looked at it for a minute. So I had to cover it up. Well, it looked like she was. The clothing seemed very revealing there. So I had to. I had the camera went upside down again for a minute. Anyway, this was the artist who had big hits with Midnight Blue and the other one was Don't Cry Out Loud, both of which I have on our Greatest Hits CD compilation. There's the picture of her right there. And now I'm going to show you the LP itself. There's side 1. There's this side B. Here's a record from here's a record without a jacket. It's Aretha Franklin's Who's Zooming Who, and it's the sleeves seen better days, but sleeves seen better days, but and so has unfortunately the record. Oh. Hmm. Anyway, the hits most people have heard from this album are not the title cut by this point, but uh, uh, they've heard definitely a Freeway of Love and Sisters Are Doing It for Themselves. Because those were needed videos. I don't think Who's Zooming Who was mean to a video. I could be wrong, but maybe at least without one. Uh-oh. Hold on. I'm gonna jam the stream here. So. Well, I'm gonna show you. Hey, here are the records. Gonna show anyway. This is gonna show anyway. This is I believe one of the more recent vinyl LPs ever released. This is Mix We Two Are One. And this one's interesting because the back cover is actually upside down. It's meant to be upside down too. Looks of it. This is from 1989. And Arista had in the States, RCA still had the international rights to the album. Both were BMG labels, of course. Here's the sleeve. I actually have it up on the wall. I'm gonna throw it back in the sleeve. All right. And do we put it up? There. And which is Showati Waddy's greatest hits 1970 to 1978. And it's got a no. Oh, I have it upside down again. There we go. It's got a notice in there. Plastic bags can be dangerous. To avoid danger by suffocation, keep this bag away from babies and children. Good to know. Actually, I don't think either a kid or a baby could possibly fit in there. So, besides that thing kind of saves them trouble. They won't fit. They're probably not going to fit in that sleeve. Thankfully. I don't think babies and children can fit in that sleeve, in a record sleeve, so that's the same trouble. Yeah, I'm worrying you'll save them a little trouble. Yeah, I'm worrying you'll save them a little trouble. You know, save the parents the trouble of trying. It's trouble there. Okay. So I'm going to show you. I'm going to end this video with records that I have. Yeah, well, yes, live again. We're live again, thankfully. So I'm gonna show you some records that I have on the third crate, and this is a huge whole stack of records, and I'm going from. Well, I'm going from bottom to top of the crate list on this side of the room this time. So here are some 12-inch records I got down from the shelf. Change of Heart and Witness. Change of Heart and Heartbeats on this 12-inch single portrait. Billy Joel Stormfront, which I have on CD. This is a very recent RCA LP from 1989. And this next one. Now, I told you earlier that the first British LP I ever attempted to order online and got in the mail online was a Pi LP called Donovan in Concert. I ended up getting it in the mail. This is what happened to it. It got a very huge. It got shipped off. This little side right here of the record. I'm very mad about that. I've been trying to get it back to. I've been thinking about, putting it in the oven. To following a method of repairing records involve putting them in the oven. It's got this record. So anyway, this record is very bad. So as you can tell, this has a big crack that was sawed off there when I got it in the mail. I don't know where the other pieces went of the record. This was broken when I got it, and I attempted to. I thought about putting it in the oven so that it could about evolving a method where it could put all the pieces of the record in fitting order in the oven so that they'd be baked back in a playable condition again. But I never committed to it, and I haven't found another UK copy of that album since. So anyway, this is the next album that I got. Without a jacket or a sleeve. Joyous Christmas Volume 6. I do not have the other 5 volumes. Unfortunately, it's got Nia Bryan on it. And Nia Bryan is a massive homophobe, so I don't listen to her records. That's a 1972 release. And a beat-up copy of Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. a random copy of Battlefield. Yeah, actually, 4 vinyl copies of that one. This is the 3 vinyl copies of that one. This is the one without a case or sleeve. Actually, none of my copies of it have sleeves, inner sleeves, but they all 2 of them have jackets. This one has neither. And Jack and Nora. I'm a bit off track there. Next one is The Winds of Change. Hey, Jonathan Collins. This is on the Triumph label. Is in Motion on Capitol from 1982. Baptism from the Art Ensemble of Chicago. This one's on Atlantic, and it's from 1973. Destroyer by Kiss on Casablanca. This is from 1976. And speaking of Casablanca, there's a movie that's come to town called Spinning Gold. And it's being sold to the public as the true story of Casablanca Records. But it's really the true story of the guy who founded and ran Casablanca Records and other labels like Buddha and Boardwalk. And his name was Neil Bogart. And on Casablanca in particular, he had a real reputation for living a very high life, spending so much, spending a lot, on parties and other things, which cost more than the records that they brought in. And boy, did they have a lot of hit records. A lot of hit records, a lot of lavish parties, and decadence. But when Neil Bogart got booted out, it just wasn't this. And I believe he died of cancer in 1982. Bogart got booted. Hits with but also Donna, most notably disco artists like Donna Summer and the Village People. Now then he got fired from Casablanca in 1980. And so he went off to form Boardwalk. Then it tried to reestablish itself with signings of very well-known artists to the label. Artists who were hit Peter with them after the disco era ended and took out the popularity of most of its stars with it. And then here's the next 12-inch single I got. Dirty Diana on Epic. Vocal on one side and instrumental on the other. Here's the next 12-incher I got. What's Going On, instrumental, 1-track Mind. What's Going On, club version, and What's Going On, long version. Yeah, another Portrait, 12-incher, 12-inch single. The Special Dance Mix of Sheba. And an instrumental the same. Now, here's a Prince LP. And I just got the LP. I don't have the sleeve or the jacket or anything. I believe this is a Columbia House printing of his soundtrack, the soundtrack of the film Purple Rain. This is a film I might check out at some point. It's a film I very much want to see at some point. Heard it was great. Here's a Illinois Jock's Birthday Party on JRC Records. Apparently it's volume 2, according to the label. There is no volume 1 of it to be... I'm not sure if volume 1 ever happened, but I don't have it in my collection. Here's another Columbia House Atlantic pressing. Led Zeppelin's 4, I think it is. I'm sorry, I had a bit of a problem. with that one. And here's another Columbia House pressing of a War LP. This is another Prince album, 1999, with the picture of his eye for a label. Here's Janis Joplin's I Got 'Em All, Cosmic Blues Again, Mama. Another album I have needed to check into the inner sleeve for. And which is, I think, also a late 70s reprint. Here's the only disc I have, the Bessie Smith compilation, Any Woman's Blues, which I think came out in 1971. Either 1971 or 1970. Then there's Tapestry from Carole King. This was a massive seller on Ode. This was the record that made her famous at one time during the early 70s. A lot of big hits off of that one. Like I Feel Your Move, and You Got a Friend. But it's in very bad condition by now. It's also got a hit So Far Away on it. Here's whatever this is. Here's the original motion picture soundtrack of Grease. Sorry, I don't have the jacket or the inner sleeves for that one. This was a huge, huge seller. But I'm sure I'll find other copies of it, because this was a huge, that do have. But I'm sure I'll find, but watch, I'll probably find copies of it intact real easy. Because this was a huge, huge seller back in 1978. It was a big time selling RCA1 LP. No, RSO LP, rather. RSO had this and Saturday Night Fever, which were the two of the big selling albums of the 70s. And prior to Thriller, Saturday Night Fever soundtrack was, I think, the highest selling LP of all time. Prior to Michael Jackson's Thriller. Here's Atlantic with Atlantic LP. It's Atlantic LP of Fire Falls Elon. Oh, there's my 6 Arista LP. It's also by Anthony Bryson. It's a promotional copy, not for sale, of Duets 1976 with Muhai Richard Abrams. And here's well, I have the jacket of this, but and I'll show it to you, but this is another very much broken epic record. I cannot play this one. This is Meatloaf's Midnight Lost and Found. I cannot play this album at all, unfortunately. Because look at this. It's got a huge crack there. Huge, huge crack. Too huge for me to actually get a good work out of this record. So, may have to throw it out at some point. I might have to throw it out at some point. I'm not sure. But that record's had it. I'm going to have to buy a new copy at some point. Here's Supernal. A super. Ooh, what the? There you go. It's a Supernal record. From west of 87th Street in New York. And this is now from 1973 to 74, Evolutions by David Lee Jr. How about an album I have on Trio Records? The only album I have on Trio Records, and they're a Japanese company, which is all I know about this company. All I know about this company is that it's Japanese. Anyway, this is Juko Mine with The Child Is Born. I'm sure it should be a good album. Got the Thad Jones Quartet and Mel Lewis on there, so it might be an interesting record. It's seen better days, but I think I can still give it a go. It may have seen better days, but I think I can still give it a go. It's not that badly. It's not. I don't think it's quite at a level where it's had it yet. I will let you. I will let you know if that changes. Here's Sun Ra with Al Satin. I think this is a bootleg. I just have a feeling it is. It's just got this jacket. It's got the got a white label. It's either a bootleg or a test pressing. Here's Bruce Springsteen with Born to Run. His legendary album on Columbia, his first album. Legendary first album on Columbia. I think I have some space on the battery. Some albums I have in this rather messy interway between the third crate, where this is all where I keep a lot of my where I keep some of my Polygram LPs, particularly ones from the late '80s, and also from where I keep the EMI related LPs there. Here's Glenn Guthrie anyway with a Good to Go Lover on a Polydor. And this is this record with the song Ain't Nothing Going On But the Rent on it. This is a German pressed LP from 1986. I'll see if I can find some of the Polydor albums that have the black thing in the center. They're probably. Looks like I had a bit of a problem there. Looks like I've had a bit of a problem over there. So let me try it again. Here's an Australian LP of the Rainbirds, released in 1987 originally. This came out in Australia in 1988, though. According to the Australian record label's website. And it's got a little card in there with the lyrics, which are in the everything must be capitalized style of writing. And listing the members, who are Beckman, Katharina Frank, and Wolfgang Glom. I think that is. Or Gloom. And here's the other side of that. Here's the other side of that one. I don't know. put this back in here. I have a couple of LPs on 20th Century and 20th Century Fox records. There's one on 20th Century Fox. It's missing the top, but it's Barry White's The Man, I believe. And I'm gonna get it out. Phone had a bit of connectivity problem, so you may not be able to see. You may not be able to see some of these properly. Yeah, I'm doing it live to video. I think I had a third 20th Century thing, 20th Century Fox LP, somewhere in there, but I hasten to get it out. But I'm sure I'll find out where it is in the same space of time. I'm doing this video. Here's again last Christmas before the end of before I end the stream. And this one is John Davidson's Every Time I Sing a Love Song. This is from 1976 on 20th Century Records. Okay. Now I'll show you the record inside. That's side one. And Phil show, there we go. That's side two. I'm needing better lighting for some of these last ones. Oh, it looks like an old internet video, but just longer. Doesn't it? Oh, there's where the other one went. Oh, that's where the other one went. Okay. This is a very early record on Fox's 20th Century Fox records from back when it didn't have very many hits. From the first incarnation of the label, which went 13 years, 12 years, 1958 to 70, without scoring any more than 7 top 40 hits. For whatever reason. Any more than 4 top 40 singles. For some reason. Yeah, minor longevity. It just kept trying to hit and hit until they couldn't hit anymore. But then they had better luck in the 70s, though. Fox had better luck on the charts in the 70s. The pop music charts. Mainly thanks to Barry White. This one was an ultraphonic high fidelity. And their stereo name was Stereoscope. Nice little subtle reference to CinemaScope, which was the process they used for movies. Okay, what else do I? Okay. Huge stacks of Actually, why don't I see how last few LPs all at once? Here's a huge stack of them. Oh. I'm going to have time to sort out some of these in order that I would like to see them in. I'm going to refilm this part of the stream. So here's the next LP I got, which is The Carpenters, the self-titled album. They were a huge, huge group in the early 70s. This actually opens up like a letter. It's got a bunch of ads for other A&M LPs on the inside. They were the largest independent record company in America for several decades. I've got quite a number of A&M LPs. I keep having to recon. Yeah. What? I don't know why, but I just keep having that. It always keeps presenting at 5 hours and 10 minutes and 26 seconds, which was around the first time I got that notice like that. It says unable to connect in the moment. Currently it is able to connect. So depending on how things are going in the final stream, you may not be able to see all the records I have in the third crate. I may have to refilm that crate in a separate video. Or in a separate stream. And that'll just go on for, I don't know how long, honestly. That'll happen, I don't know when. The next LP I got, The Carpenters, singles 1968 to 73. And this one is 1973 release. All the singles on A&M. The Ingles did on that the Carpenters did on A&M. Okay, so then I got Suzanne Vega's Solitude Standing from 1987. Let's see. Peter Frampton's I'm in You from 1977. Minor notes from Cameron Crowe, who later on to become a very famous filmmaker. Then I got Sting with Nothing Like the Sun. And this album is from 1987. Showing one of the records here. It's a double album set, by the way. Okay. Now on to. I put this back neatly. So the Pickwick albums. How many Pickwick albums do I have? I have a couple with the jacket, with the record inside, and I just have the jacket of one of the Oddity Archive record rip-offs from Pickwick, which is 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover. I've long since lost the record. I don't know where the record itself went. Pickwick compilation of the Young Lovers, which the Oddity Archive showcased in an episode. Here's musical favorites from Fiddler on the Roof, which is a knockoff album of songs from the movie and the musical of that name. And this is from sometime in the early 70s, I would presume. So here's the first side of that one. And the second side of that one. Recorded in England. Actually, listen to this recording, and in comparison to, certainly the movie version of Fiddler on the Roof, the performances of the songs on this album are ass. And to give you a good example, let's try to play, they don't even try to do a Jewish accent on this thing. They don't even try to do a Jewish accent very well on this thing. Here's a sampling. Sunrise Sunset.
Is this the little girl I carried? Is this the little boy that played? I don't remember growing older.
Well, that's tacky. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I should have just gotten the Broadway cast recording or even the movie soundtrack. This is just ass. This entire LP is ass. Your LP is just ass. I should probably get rid of it at some point and try to see about buying a copy of an actual soundtrack of this movie. Matter of fact, I have the London cast recording. That's better than this. By a certain long shot. Here's another knockoff from another Oddity Archive staple as far as Pickwick. Kings Road. Kings Road. Anyway, this gives you two distinct eras of Neil Sedaka to choose where you want your knockoff perspective to come from. Gives you not only his hits as a teen idol on RCA Victor in the early 60s, but also the stuff he did when Elton John signed him to his own Rocket Records at one time. or Sir Elton John, I should say, these days. And oh boy, let's see how they did. Let's compare on their performances. Let's see. We'll contrast their perform song of his with the later one. Let's see how. Perhaps that was his reaction to Megan turning sweet 16 there. Notice how frightened he sounds. It's almost as if he greeted, it's almost as if he just discovered that Megan from the recent film of that name was in the room with him. By the way, I'm going to watch that film tonight, I think. As of the day of the recording. Or the evening, rather, of recording. Now, let's contrast that with Laughter in the Rain. Let's see how Holland did there. Kings Row.
Strolling along country roads with my baby. Christmas to rain, flutes to blow. Without an umbrella or something to scare me, I feel a shiver and smile. I feel
Oh my god. David Soul, is that you? Sure sounds like you. Okay, we're back on the Casablanca track with the next set of double LPs. Donna Summer's on the Radio, Greatest Hits, Volume 1 and 2. This is an early printing from 1979 on Casablanca. Record and Filmworks, as their full name was at the time. They sort of ditched that. They sort of figured out how to ditch that in a few films, though. But they tried to do a film, well, and the Casablanca did try to do a few films. All of them were released through Columbia Pictures. The Deep, which was a bit of a, kind of, sort of a hit. But then also, Thank God It's Friday, which was a Saturday Night Fever imitation that crapped out upon release in the theaters, but it's since become sort of a cult hit. And won a Silver Oscar for last. Which won Best Original Song at the Oscars that year. I have a later printing of this album. As you can call it as a UPC code up there. That's a later reprinting from, I believe, 1984. So toward the end of Casablanca's life, when they had one big final album and called the Flashdance soundtrack, and nothing to follow it up with. And I just have one of the records of the reprint in there. Okay, and what's next? What's going on in the next two records? I have a couple of albums on Revon, which the only artists seem to be Cougar Mellencamp. This one is Aha from 1983. It's got a song called Authority Song, which I've never heard on 80s radio stations until 2022, when I was off to the post office one day and this came on the radio. And that song, came on the radio, wiring out the stereo. And that was a totally surreal moment for me, because up until then, I had no idea this was on an 80s playlist. I always thought that 80s radio flashback stations usually defaulted to Jack or Diane when whenever they were going to play John Cougar Mellencamp, who's sort of, you might say, a Midwestern Billy Joel, in a sense. Then, Scarecrow, another of John Cougar Mellencamp's albums. He dropped the Cougar in his name later on. This is a Columbia House printing. I think both of the albums I have from John Cougar Mellencamp that has a record inside are Columbia House printings. And this one's badly cracked too, so I may have to buy a new copy of it. I think he was one of the guest critics of Ebert and Roper after Roger Ebert was proved to be too ill to host his own show again. So he went off TV. Here's a London full frequency range recording LP of Tosca. And the performers included Mariella Freddy and Luciano Pavarotti with the National Philharmonic Orchestra. I have some UK Decca LPs. First of them, Songs by Tom Lehrer. Record I'm kind of getting a kick out of listening to. It's quite funny. And it's full of songs that are all in the public domain by now. So this was released on his own. He released it on his own back in the early 50s. But when he became popular enough in England, Decca got a hold of the UK rights to Tom Lehrer's work. Tom Lehrer's early 50s work. This one is from 1958. Apparently, at the front cover, it says it came out on May 24th, 1958, which is, so I know the exact date of assuming it's true, that probably was the exact release date of the LP, the UK LP of Songs by Tom Lehrer. And the other UK 10-incher I have from Decca is more of Tom Lehrer. We will all go together when we go indeed. Now, unfortunately, I happened to rip the sleeve of this one day when I was trying to put it back on the shelf. In one of my earlier unsuccessful attempts to film my record collection video. This is a song hits from Theaterland from 1959. And well, again, but the record survived intact. Another 1959 Decca LP, I believe. Frimmel and Romberg in Cuban Moonlight under the direction of Stanley Black. And his piano with Latin American rhythms. And here's the record itself. Whoops. These albums have weird look. The flip-back LPs are always a bit trickier to get back in the jackets compared to regular LPs. I somehow manage any time. Here's the World of Military Bands. This one is from 1969. And this comes on a white label. I'll get the check again. Let's see. Here's The World of Val Dunican. Here we go. The World of Val Dunican. 1969. I bought this one not for a pound at Smith's Records, but at a Goodwill, which doesn't traditionally carry non-US LPs. Sometimes it carries UK ones. The Fourth Avenue one carries imports sometimes, which not all Goodwills do, but I pick them up whenever I see them. This is for aesthetics. Because of the being imports. Actually, I had to glue the sleeve back together because it fell apart when I found it, dropped it off the shelf. I had to glue the jacket back together, rather. Here's the only Motown LP I have. I wish I had more. It's the Supremes, I Hear a Symphony. These albums available for your listening pleasure. This is from 1965. It's a Canadian copy. Yep. Thinking, there we go. Made in Canada. Again, only Motown related LP that I own in my collection. But you know, I need more. I probably should buy more. Only Motown vinyl LP. Probably should be buying more Motown LPs. And it got to be a big LP label. And that was from before I became a big label for LPs. It was around the time when they were mainly active on the single front. Okay, speaking of singles, this spawned some very big ones. The original motion picture soundtrack of Saturday Night Fever, which, yes, I have it. And I'll take out one of the records and show it to you. Oh, it's windy out there today. I didn't know that. Wasn't outside at all today. Now on to my Capitol and EMI LPs. I have a feeling you missed some LPs in the video that I do, but I fetch them out and film for you. But I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened there. It just glitched on me when I attempted to do this sort of thing the first time out. So I'm going to try it again with Ken and Hi-Fi being the first of the LPs here. This is a British Capitol LP from 1956. So it's from after EMI bought out Capitol Records. Most of the LPs, almost all the LPs I have from Capitol are from after EMI's purchase of that company. Then Just for Variety, Volume 15 is the next LP. This one is from 1966, 58, I believe. Has a word about high fidelity in it. And their albums are engineered with the RIA standard recording characteristic. And a note about this protective envelope. Another example of the care used by Capitol to bring you records in ideal condition for the finest sound reproduction. Keeps your records dust-free and helps guard the grooves against scratches and abrasion. To insert protective envelope into a album jacket easily, spread jacket by pressing edge lightly against body. You have to have a pretty strong stomach for that. I suppose you're gonna have to have a pretty strong stomach for that to happen. Here is the record itself. It comes on a teal label. Capitol LPs came on all sorts of labels prior to 1958, when they adopted their famous Rainbow label, which is commonly associated with Beatles albums. The second variation of which is commonly associated with Beatles albums. I don't have any Beatles albums, but I'll think about getting them. Here is Rodgers and Hammerstein's Oklahoma with the full spectrum of sound, Capitol Stereo, and this is the soundtrack of the 1955 film version of the musical. And it's got a big old sleeve in there. It's got the first variation of the Rainbow label, which went on for a long time in the UK, but only lasted very briefly here. Only lasted until 62 here. But only lasted, well, it only lasted until 1960 here, technically, when the second variation came around. Yeah, the third variation. And come to think of it, it may have been the third variation that just had the Capitol logo on top of the thing, which would want to be associated with Beatles albums. It would be revived in 83. Here's Tennessee Ernie Ford's Civil War Songs of the North. And Capitol's full dimensional stereo, which must have been very good stereo, judging by the blurbs on there. It's got a list of the albums there, nice and easy. Lee, Can, Fiorello, the aforementioned Oklahoma soundtrack, Adore More. I believe Oklahoma and the Key and I were among the first Capitol recordings to be made in stereo, but they weren't released that way until stereo came around on LPs, until stereo came around. And here's the second variation, I think, of the stereo version of the label, which just says stereo there. It has a huge spire sticking out of the top and bottom of the Capitol logo. He also Tennessee Ernie Ford also did Civil War songs of the South. Might get that as well. So he did Civil War songs of both sides for some reason. For a reason I've not been able to decipher. Here's the hits of Joe Stafford. And this is supposed to be a mono album, Starline album series. The record inside, however, is a 1970s reprint with a SY, so I think it's stereo reprocessed for most part. Or maybe just stereo re-recordings. That's the hits of Joe Stafford. Here is a couple of British Capitol LPs from 1964 to 65 that I found on Goodwill one day. Both of them are by Jackie Gleason. So this is Silk and Brass, which is from 1965. They kind of smell of nicotine. For some reason, they only smell of nicotine to me. And well, here's your evidence that the 1958 variation that this originally used, that was originally was in the UK, that is. Now here's the other one. Is Jackie Gleason for Lovers Only. I'm gonna. Yeah, that's also from 1965. I'm gonna also see if this has a smell of nicotine inside there. It kind of does. Bit of a strong smell. Not quite as strong as I remember it being. I remember both of these smelling pretty strongly of nicotine. On the inside. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. And here's Nancy Wilson, Just for Now. One of those she did for Capitol back in the 60s. This is from 1960. This is her 1967 offering, or maybe an early 68. Late 1967, early 68 offering. And this has got a bunch of other ones in there. Stan Freberg's Return to Records from the 60s, or in the mid-60s. The Beatles at their prime. There's at the height of their existence. They were popular right to their end of their existence. They were popular even beyond their existence, actually. Still popular when they disbanded. Roy Clark before he went, and there's Roy Clark before he went dot. And it also has Lou Rawls on the sleeve before he got into the Philly Soul thing. He was a fairly huge 60s R&B star in Capitol. I became a bigger one in the Philly Soul era. But his chart success was more pronounced in the Philly Soul era. Here is last time I saw her. This is the only full-blown Glenn Campbell LP I have. If it's a British one again. 1971. Also containing his renditions. Finally Make It Through the Night and the theme from Love Story on there. Now, I'm going to show you. I actually recreated the vinyl LP sleeve. This would have come in. This originally came in some other sleeve. It comes in and out of that sleeve very easily. my own little in-house recreation of the original inner sleeve for the record. Then I have the biggest hits of Sonny James, the Southern Gentleman. They're from 1972 originally, I believe. It's from 72. This is a Canadian copy. Here's a Helen Reddy LP, I Am Woman. Another Canadian capital LP from 1972 this time. What is it, Bob? No. As you got the record inside, it's from 1972. Another successful release. This was a very successful feminist anthem on Capitol. Here's Linda Ronstadt, Different Drum. This was a compilation of the hits she made that the Native Tucson had made at Capitol before moving on to Asylum. And she was a big artist in the 70s and 80s. Here's a Columbia House copy of the Bob Seger Band with Night Moves in 1976 is when this album came out. And here's a disc itself. Oh, that isn't even in the sleeve. Here's a Sky High from Tavares. With Heaven Must Be Missing an Angel on it. This is a 1976 release. Now, we're in the 70s, where they're not R&B releases usually had the capital text and the copyright notice in green, but their R&B albums had it in brown or miraculously black. In black. Here's how you tell their R&B albums apart from their standard pop ones. And if I can get it back in, that would be good. There we go. This one is from 1976. Another 76 capital LP. So, I've been tracking here a long time doing this vinyl LP collection for you. I haven't tweeted about anything else today. I haven't done much of anything else. There's a Signs of Life, Billy Squire record. You're going to have to buy a copy that actually has the record inside. I just have the jacket for that one. And the last Capital LP I have, the most recent, Anne Maurice, Let's Keep It That Way, in 1978. This one was, and this was after they revived the old Capitol building, Capitol logo from the 50s and 60s, which they still use today, though interchangeably with the. I think they use it interchangeably with the 1970s Capitol logo. Logo Capitol used for much of the 70s. Next. Next LP that I got. This is the one I got in King Singers with Lollipops. They've been in the news earlier this year because, well, they were kicked out of a Christian college, and I think it was Florida, because one of the members of the current lineup of this group is gay. This vocal group. Openly gay, that is. And it's available on tape. And it's got a little important notice here for the copyright information. And tips on the care for your record up there. Let's see. Remember, a war and chip stylus will cause irreparable damage to the record. Got it. And this is from after I started having their own label in most of the world. This is in very good condition. This is in great condition. Some more records to go. Several more records left. Halfway there. What's the matter? Oh, yeah, right there. Okay, here's the other. Here's an EMI USA album. This is Good to Be Back from Natalie Cole, featuring a song, a hit song, I Miss You Like Crazy on it. This is from 1989. This is the original issue on EMI USA. I believe it was reprinted on Elektra, if I'm not mistaken, as were a lot of her old albums from this period. I'm showing one of the sides here. Another late period vinyl LP. Another vinyl LP from late in the game. It was from 1989. Here's German EMI related stuff. This is Cabaret in Paris. So it's all French recordings. And it's on Odeon. I have no idea what label this was on originally. I think it may have been originally on Columbia. Try peeling it back to see what label was originally on it, but the sticker is stuck on a bit too tight for me to see what it was. And I didn't have that much time on my hands to do that at the time. I don't have that much time on my hands to do that now. Here's Shabashe Heimat. Another one. This one is on Odeon proper. And what makes this interesting is it's got a bunch of ads for all sorts of different EMI and EMI distributed albums. Like we got some from Cliff Richard, Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, Al Martino. You can act like a man. Bobby Darin, after his stint at Atlantic. Route 66 theme from Nelson Brittle. And some world music stuff. And Edith Piaf. And the Beach Boys. And here's an album on Gloria. I think this had ties to EMI in Germany. Can't find any information on it, but they were a German company. And they sure know use the same pressing, planning, graphics, and catalog sequencing as EMI did in Germany back in the for much of the 60s. And it's from 1907. It's, I think, from the 6. None of the 3 albums, though, by the way, are dated, so I don't know when they came out, but assuming they're sometime in the 60s. Here's Liberty LP, The Night Has 1,000 Eyes from Bobby V. With Chipmunks, Julie London promoted there along with Timmy Euro, Gene McDaniels, Johnny Burnett, The Ventures, and Zy Zenter, and Julie London, First Lady of Liberty. And the premiere series with 25 pianos and more famously 50 guitars. Liberty was one of the companies EMI bought out, along with United Artists. And I'll get into some albums that I have from United Artists out of the equation later. First in the forefront of sound is apparently their slogan back then. They were one of the big independent labels of the 60s. Liberty was one of the big independent labels of the 60s in the U.S. It was a label that could have it all and did it all, and with very high quality too. Here's the Crown Imperial with the band of her Crown Imperial from the band of Her Majesty's Lifeguards. Now it'll be His Majesty King Charles III is going to be coronated this month. Or coronated, I should say this. This is a British Liberty LP from 1968, and their Liberty's distributor in England was Philips. It became that when they formed, when Liberty formed its own record division in the UK in the 50s, but it didn't do its own pressing and distribution. Those were handled by Philips. Liberty, I think, just did marketing. And as far as I know, Liberty and United Artists had in common the fact that they distributed Creedence Clearwater Revival recordings outside of the U.S. and Canada up until Fantasy formed. It started existing as a licensed label in much of the world. Now, speaking of United Artists, I have some albums there. This is the soundtrack of Tom Jones, Canadian copy. And Tom Jones was the Oscar winner for 1963, I believe. Albert Finney's in that one. He took it out every issue in the late 80s, theatrically. And vinyl's very thick again, happily to hear. Germany, the 50s and 60s had very thick vinyl LPs. And, well, most of the time anyway. They did. This one is, this next one is the Great Motion Picture Themes from 1960. on United Artists. But it's supposed to be a 1960 release printing, but it's actually a 1968 reprint because it's from after Transamerica took over United Artists. It has the first Transamerica era United Artists label anyway, with pink and orange label that they didn't use for that long. Tonight with Ferrante and Tiger. Ferrante and Tiger with Play Tonight and Other Favorites is the name of this album. The full name of this album. And it's an high fidelity stereo. It was released in 1961, I believe, to tie in with and this film is from 1960, to coincide with the film West Side Story. Steven Spielberg film, Casting of A Perverted Side, is a great film from Steven Spielberg, who was made for movie musicals. Unfortunately, it's also going to be his only one. Here's a wall-to-wall stereo in ultra audio. Two in the Aisle. This has a bunch of show tune renditions on it. And it's from their experiment with wall-to-wall stereo. Well, several record companies experimented with playing around with stereo a little bit. Didn't know albums playing around with stereo. United Artists was one of them, and they used their ultra audio wall-to-wall series to do it. And this is one of the albums they did with Stephen Eanes, Two on the Aisle. They're good for experimentation, I would say. Here's for purposes of listening to how experimental stereo was back then, back in the early 60s, and how certain record companies would try to experiment further with stereo. See how far they can push the stereo. Here's 36 Great Motion Picture Themes and Original Soundtracks, Volume 3. Thrift store I bought this from didn't have Volumes 2 or 1. So here it is. This album has the original version of Mana Mana, which was later made famous by the Muppets. At least I believe it has a rendition of Mana Mana, an early recording of that song, which, again, made most famous by the Muppets. Yeah, there's Mana Mana. And it's the original recording of the song Mana Mana. Again, later made famous by the Muppets. From, it's a rendition from the Roy Holmes and his orchestra, anyway. And it predates the Muppets version, which is from the Muppet Show in 1976. This is production of area of origin for its production, Series 1 of the Muppet Show, is where you find which the Muppets made famous. I have some more vinyl LPs. This next United Artists one, Don McLean's American Pie. I'm getting a bit exhausted. And again, if not all the LPs from the third crate I'm showing them from are in the video, I will try to film this part of that part at some other point in time. This is the not the original pressing. It's got the clouds on there for a slave, but it matches this because it's got the United Artists. It's got the United Music and Record Groups Incorporated tag on the text ring. The original did not, but just the United Artists Records in the text ring. And I found a sleeve to match it in 2015. And here's Cher. Superbag Volume 2. A long runner in my mom's LP collection and in mine. And my mom really liked this record a lot, and you could tell because it's got all sorts of scratches on it. All around. It was played a lot in those days. Anyway, this is one of those compilations that United Artists did for Liberty and of her Imperial hits. Right, thank you. There's a compilation of her Imperial hits from right when she was starting to have hits on MCA. Oh, whatever. I don't know what that was. Here's the next LP. It's one of Bing Crosby's last albums, and he got one on the United Artists. It's That's What Life's is all about. United Artists album from 19. This is from 1975, I believe. In I'm not going to read that at the bottom. If it's legible, for some reason I chose to put the Canadian text in black and on a dark red background, so it doesn't really blend all that well, and it makes it a bit hard to read. So when it's daybreak, I'll try to see if I can read it again. This is a Canadian copy. This is a RCA did, I think, all of United Artists Canadian pressings back when United Artists had its own Canadian division. And it had one from 1972 until 1978. And I believe all of its Canadian artists, the ones that were released outside of Canada, tended to come in there before UA formed its own record division in the States. And we're probably recording in the U.S. It tended to not be on its Canadian division. They would always be recording for the U.S. arm. And the ones that did sign with UA's Canadian arm usually didn't get their records released outside of Canada. So you had to import them from there. A British United Artists LP now. Sellers Market from Peter Sellers. This is from 1979. So it's one of United Artists' last LPs, I think. Somewhere near the end of the United Artists' existence as a record company. Last full year of existence as a record label. And it's a pretty good record considering that this was just before he was appearing in the film. Pretty good comedy record considering that this was the guy who was in the same year, 1979, slated to appear in the film Being There, which he got nominated for an Oscar for, and it was the last film he lived to see released. Then he was nominated. He was nominated for an Oscar and lost, which he couldn't get over. And I think he killed himself over the fact he couldn't win that Oscar. He made something called but before that he made a Fiendish Plot of Dr. Fu Manchu, which was posthumously released, I believe. It was death. Here's Katia Epstein Ruined. Notable for being a German United Artists LP. This actually has a set of lyrics on one end of the gatefold. Hold on. I haven't done anything else on. Took time out of my life to do this. And it's from the TV Horror and Siren. Whatever that is. Oh, and here's the inside of the gatefold. I forgot to show it to you. Here is another Monty Python record. This is the only album that I have on on Charisma. It's your Be a Great has your to Be Your Great Actor kit. In there. Or none of the parts are inside though. Or maybe it was a joke. Anyway, I loved the Monty Python stuff when I was a teenage boy. I think like most teenage boys, I was into Monty Python when I was like most men. I was into Monty Python when I was a teenager. I haven't watched any of their work in years though. So sad to see what John Cleese has become. Unfortunately, recently. He became a he went very hard to the far right in later years. Recently, which is a bit unfortunate. The last three records I have in that crate, and the last three records I'll be showing in this video, are on Chrysalis. I'm always eager to get albums on that label. So the Benatar's Get Nervous, Canadian copy from 1982 on Capitol Records EMI of Canada, which bought out Chrysalis in 1991 and kept it around until 2005. They were a huge label back in the 70s and 80s. Huge label, home to her and also home to quite a number of other artists like Blondie, Jethro Tull, all sorts of other artists. Huey Lewis and the News is what they were also home to. And later on, they became the home of Billy Idol. Not a way to get Billy Idol there. Okay, and this is the record with the hit Shadows of the Night on it. And she had many hits on. During the 80s. This is in very nice condition. Again, this next record is not in as great a condition. What a Life from the Divinyls, an early one from the Australian group who later became famous for the song I Touch Myself. And this is a Columbia House copy, which is interesting because during the 1980s, they were distributed by CBS here in the States. And the CBS distributed albums. Basically, they used the same number as the UK releases, but just stuck a 4 before it. Here's a rock menu, hot platter of Chrysalis hits. This is custom compilation for the label that was done through Columbia House, and it's got a bunch of their stuff in there. And they also had Leo Sayer in the Chrysalis also had Leo Sayer in the UK, but his stuff was released in the US on Warner Brothers usually. Nick Gilder with Hot Child in the City. And then they got John Wayne there for a little bit. I think he had his biggest hit, Missing You, on EMI America, though. Here's side 1 with entrees, and the B side is desserts. And that is it for part 1 of my record collection. I'll try to do a part 2 of this. It was obviously I had so many records that the stream ended up taking very long to do. I spent a grueling part of the day doing the stream. And the phone had a bit of a conniption when I tried to get but bear with me. In the next part, I'll only try to see if I can do in the next part, I'll try to see if I can do the remaining record crates, and then if I had room on my next stream, I'll try to film all the records of the third crate again. 1 week from 1 week from today, I'll do part 2 of my record collection. 1 week from in 2 weeks today, I'll try to do a general stream in which I'm going to film the third crate of my record collection again without having the phone crash on me. Without the phone crashing on me. I'll see you in the next video. Farewell, folks.